Okay. Dude, what are we doing? Okay. Well, whatever. That's still locked on. We're still good. What is good, everyone? We are officially running it back. Let's get OBS up here with some more editing. So this is where just kind of going through the normal workday, working on a project. We're finishing up this video for Base, the client I've worked on a lot of stuff for. Entire group. And luckily audio's coming through, so hopefully everything sounds and looks okay. So yeah, just figured I'd bring y'all along on the sesh. And mostly, I mean, if I'm being honest, it's for me at this point to kind of keep myself accountable a little bit, like just to continue to work, help stay in the grind, and also just help kind of think out loud. And yeah, just get some sort of, I don't know, just I think it'll be good for me to be able to go back, watch these, and see how I made certain decisions that I made, maybe in an attempt to sort of build and improve myself and just get better in the long run. So we're just going to dive in here. I already kind of have a little bit of the skeleton done. I know it's kind of hard to see because of where my camera's placed. Let me see if I can kind of adjust this. I don't really like this. I can actually just move my camera, make it a little bit smaller. Yeah, maybe something like this or something. I don't know. I guess that's fair, right? That's decent. So yeah, here we are. So what do we have so far? I have a song in here. First of all, what is the video? This is kind of going to be the main, I'm calling it a brand anthem, which is, I mean, I guess this is kind of the equivalent for something like a nonprofit. Like it's the video that sort of summarizes everything that you are and what you're about, what your philosophy is, your tagline, your branding, kind of supposed to do all of that in one. So this is going to be an attempt at that for sure. And the kind of new thing about this, or what sort of separates this from other things, man, I wish this would like not focus so much on here. Man, this really does smell like cotton candy. Shout out Alani, by the way. These are been the drinks of choice. Wife got me into them. She started buying them, and I was like, looks good, but I just had started drinking Zoa, which is the Dwayne Johnson kind of version of energy drink, which was zero sugar. So I was like, oh, I love that it's zero sugar, and these taste really good. I like the flavors and everything. But she bought these, and they were also zero sugar. So I was like, okay, well, these are really good as well. The Costco finds. So yeah, the video today, as I crack open the energy drink, number 2 of the day, to help power me through it. This is going to be a video that sort of summarizes everything that Base is and Base is about. So as you can see, I don't have a ton of ingredients in here right now. I have some, up in here, which we'll kind of dive into a little bit. I have some clips I've pulled aside for B-roll, but I'm still in the very early stages. But I think I'm pretty much ready to just start filling in some blanks at this point. So what I have here is what I kind of call the skeleton. And in fact, with these colors, it kind of looks like a spine a little bit, maybe like an actual kind of overarching structure. And I do that to sort of get my like visions going, I guess, about what could potentially go in here. And kind of what I visually see without having it there. And this is pretty loose, but I put these cuts in here sort of to coincide with the music actually. So, it's not necessarily even about cutting on the beat, but it's like when the swell of the music changes or when the emotion changes, and we'll look at the example of that here in a second. I can say, okay, now that this part of the song has, more or less concluded or something, or like it's clearly in a new section, now I can change to this visual or this set of visuals. So we'll kind of see how that all kind of fits here. And it also helps me stay accountable for a video like this. Like, okay, what are the things that really should be included, and what are the things I really want to make sure are included in this? And so these things like police work, that's something that I definitely want included in this video. So then it's like, okay, I can take it off of the must include ingredients list and find a place for it. And this would be kind of the section I would put it in. Right here, another big thing that they do is these cultural celebrations, Juneteenth being, I think, the biggest one. So, featuring a lot of footage from that and a couple of interviews or something. And I have some blank space here. And as you can see, it kind of coincides with this sort of slower part of the song. So just to play you a snippet of the song to get you kind of the thinking about the emotion. And I have it playing solo right now, so all this dialogue and everything up here is muted, just so you can just hear the song. Okay, so that's kind of the intro. So that, I think, sets the mood right away about what this is going to feel like and look like, hopefully. And I know sometimes, everybody's kind of at a different point as far as like how easily they can kind of visualize something without having a concrete example more or less in front of them. For me, this is pretty easy for me to visualize. So like work-wise, because I created this yesterday, so I can come back to it today and be like, okay, yep, I see that. I can see how this would go. And obviously, you see a little snippet here. These are just little clips. Sometimes I'll drag in as like a visual reference, like that's about how quick the cuts should be, and that's the type of shot I'm kind of looking for. And I have a bunch of these here to fill in. But immediately when this sort of song drops like this, I knew I kind of had to have some kind of explosive image. And the first thing that came to mind for me was the jet boats. Like, it's just the kids zooming down a jet boat and the water's literally splashing your face. So the immediate feeling you get from this edit is fun, right? Which I think is a big part of the Bass brand. Like, that's something, like, I think it's a big part of Vance's first personality. He's the founder and director. And I think it's a thing they really strive for with the youth. So that was kind of the first thing. And it just makes sense, I think, from a narrative perspective, start with that. And although the youth program isn't the only thing they do, I think because it's kind of the biggest, most significant, most sort of, and I don't know, like, just, I think it's just the most, it's the thing that I think people resonate with the most, because like who doesn't like to see youth getting help or having fun or, things like that, or just being supported and, just having a good time. So I figured I would start, these 4 sections are kind of all, which is basically the first like third to first half of the video, if we're basing the video length off the length of the song, which is kind of what I'm going off of. The youth are the biggest part, so the rest of this will be kind of their other work, but really want to open with that and seeing all the youth just having a good time. So in this first quote here is, so when I put something in quotes like that, it means this is like the A-roll, I'll call it, that I would want to have here. So as you can see here, I know it didn't play the sound from it, but this kid talking, what he's saying is, when you're a part of Bass, it feels like you're a part of community. It's like one of those good snippets to put right at the beginning to help, inform people what this video is going to be about.
Once you're in Bass for a little bit, it starts to be like more of like a family thing. You get to know people. It's a community.
So a bunch more B-roll. And then the next clip I want here is something having to do with one of these 3 things, or ideally kind of all of these 3 things. This is sort of the sentiment that came to mind for me as I'm just watching this back a few times and visualizing what it could look like. I think having this sense of belonging or speaking to that is a really good way to encapsulate things, because that's sort of their whole ethos, is like making sure people feel like they belong here and doing everything in their power to make that feeling for people. But something about the future could work too. I think like it's like we want to take what we've learned and empower our future, because I figured it goes right into kids, the youth program, which is the future. And so that could also work. So it's one of those things I'll kind of know when I hear it, and I'll walk you through the process of finding how I find those clips. But that's just to explain this. But I'm going to start with this Jet Boats kind of youth montage, because I already have a lot of clips set aside for that. So let's start with that. So what I'm going to do here is actually go, because I don't have all of my ingredients pulled in yet. This is one of those kind of projects, because I'm sourcing footage from a lot of different hard drives and a lot of different seasons, I guess you could call it, of Base over the years. I mean, I've been working with them for the last 5 years, so I have a ton of content across a lot of different mediums and, events and all this stuff. So while I haven't necessarily gone through and formally systematized and like categorized and keyworded a lot of this stuff yet, I definitely have it organized by like event, essentially, if nothing else. So if there's something about that comes to mind, and I'm like, oh, I think I remember Vance or somebody talking about this at this event, I can go check. And that's kind of what I was in the middle of doing here. It has to meet some standards. A lot of these times I didn't have them mic'd up. These were kind of more impromptu style videos. But at least it gives me an option to go through and talk about stuff. So, first thing I'm going to do is the Jet Boats. So where would I find that? I know that we just went on a trip this year, and this is the hard drive that would be on. Rogue Jet Boats. This is the most recent one. So the first question, did I get any footage of us on the Jet Boats? I don't think I did this year, because this looks like everything. And if I recall, I remember exactly why that was. As I just spilled this drink all over myself. Like a pro. So I know these are kind of hard to see, maybe a little bit, but these are all just other interviews that I got there and other B-roll footage I was getting for a different project. So, but I know I have this footage. I've used it before. So where I'm going to go look instead is another one of my hard drives, which unfortunately one of them isn't turning on, which is a bummer. Which could very well be the one it's in. So this hard drive, which I don't know if you can see, it's called Base 10 terabyte. This is the very first like mass client hard drive I bought for them. And yes, 10 terabytes is how much I needed. And yes, it is completely filled up. This is basically my first 3 years of working with them. So yeah, everything from 2020 up to 2023. And so let's see where this would be. So Rogue Jet Boats footage. So right now I'm in this is not in the project, even though this looks like it's in my editing project. I can't just drag this right onto the timeline. I mean, I could, but it's not technically imported in my project. This is basically me using File Explorer on my computer and looking at all my just files on the thing. So this footage looks good. I'm ecstatic to see that I didn't, it's in a flat color profile, so I can kind of color grade it a little bit. And I think I even shot it in 60p, which is really cool. Yeah, I did. Wow. Go me. I don't do a lot of this, to be honest, so I could slow this down. So now I really just want to find a good clip, and ideally a kind of a soundbite. And it looks like I won't have to do a ton of digging, because it looks like there's only like, this is by the time we're already here. So there's already only like a handful of clips to look through. So let's look through some of these. I might do this at like 2x speed or something. So nothing here. I really want that splash. I really want to hopefully have gotten the shot of the waves hitting the front. I think I might have got at one point, I might have turned the camera around. I think there was 1 year at least, because we've done this a few times, where I turned the camera around and got everyone's faces, but here we go. The tricky thing about this too is yeah, because I soaked the camera. was it? Did I miss it? The tricky thing about this too, what I was about to say is a lot of the times I'm also doing social media for them. So like updating the stories. So there's a lot of times where I'm kind of going back and forth between getting the footage from the day to be able to use for videos and recap kind of stuff, content like this. And also using the phone to capture stuff on the story while we're there and just make posts and take pictures on the phone. I think both are kind of equally important, but it's definitely teaching me about like when to be ready for certain things at certain times and how to know when to do things. So it's possible that I didn't get this, but right away, just, I don't even need to select my in and out necessarily at this point, but just having watched this and seeing there is at least one splash kind of moment in there and seeing some people turn around and that cool little moment right there. I think this is a good clip. So I'm going to just grab and pull this in. Where I'm going to pull it into is B-roll. I don't necessarily need to categorize all this footage at this point. Just going to pull that in here. And so this bottom section area down here is stuff that I did, but I just want to make sure I'm organizing things as I'm building it. So right here, the only thing I have in the master folder, which is the biggest, most top level project folder. Ideally, all you ever want in there is folders. So rather than anything raw. So right now, all I have in here is a timeline, which I could make a thing for a folder for timelines. And sometimes I do, but in this case, I'm only going to use one main timeline. And then I have other previous project timelines, which we'll go into. But these two I could actually put, because these are like the animated graphics that I use at the end of the video always. So it's just a consistent, I have them in every project. So what I'm actually going to do is just create a new bin called graphics. Put those in there because, best practice, keep that empty. So, okay, I have that splashing clip. Let's go back and look through a few more of these and see what else we can get. Play everything at 2x so we can just scrub through it faster. Obviously it's windy. Trying to hold the camera up in the wind. Oh, that's a good one. And I like how the water hits the lens too. Okay, yeah, we'll definitely grab that, put it into B-roll. Already shows up. Let's see if we got another one here maybe. So yeah, I was sitting at the back because really that's... not as interesting, but still cool. Okay, let me try this one. Looks crazy from this angle. I'm glad I thought to kind of hold the camera up because this is definitely not eye level for me. That was a good spin. Oh, that's kind of a cool shot. I sort of messed it up a little bit, but it could be usable. And you think about it, this is only going to be a few seconds at a time, so even though obviously it looks really shaky and unusable right now, there's definitely a possibility I could slow it down and stabilize it because I shot this at 60. And also it's most likely I'm only going to be using like a second or two of it. So, yeah, let's grab that maybe just in case. This one looks really good.
Oh no, they're heading into the park. Okay, so is everybody still doing good? Okay, so we just bring you down here to look at the beautiful Lower Table Rock. There's a lot of history up there. We got a peace signing location and all kinds of neat stuff. But
okay, so that's kind of nothing. Looks like I started shooting in fucking 8 frames a second for this. Yeah, 24. So for some reason I switched it to 24 here, which isn't the end of the world, but I definitely like having the 60. Let's see though, maybe it'd be cool. Oh my God. I mean, he did a full 360. That's pretty cool. But I think we got a couple of good ones from that. So let's see if there's any way I can use this. So we have those clips. I definitely might have more from these that will work out as I go to like youth and having fun and stuff. Because I mean, this is definitely one of like the peak fun experiences they do is going out to this park. That's a good one. Potential. Anytime where they're all smiling at the camera, they're getting rescued by the. Yeah, I mean, I'm just kind of surface skimming right now. It looks like I don't have a ton. I've used this shot a number of times for a number of edits. I think that's just a cool shot of all of them kind of sitting together. Same thing here of these kids trying to do that. Oh, I might have more here at the end because obviously we take the boats back too. So maybe I'll look through those at the end. It looks like I was still sitting in the back. Yeah. So, which, I mean, I am trying to keep my camera dry as much as I can, but might be kind of a good shot. This would be kind of like a good, I could see doing like a transition from this third person to like to the first person, maybe sort of effect. Could be cool. Okay, so now, yeah, let's go back to the edit tab here. Now that I have some of these jet boats clips, first thing I'm going to do is slow these down by going to clip attributes and just changing this to 23. Oh, wait. I don't know what I'm in. 23976. Okay. Same thing with this one. Clip attributes, not clip operations. 23976. Okay. Try to find that shot of the splash, that moment. Something like that. Let's just see how that sort of plays into this without really doing too much editing. And then didn't it happen again in the same clip? I liked that kind of moment, but I don't know. I kind of naturally started to zoom out there, so I'm just going to grab that audio. Oh, and I meant to grab the audio for this as well, which I just found out there's a button for this exact thing. Oh, yeah, here we go. God, yeah, that's it. So the audio is going to be a little bit out of sync because when you slow something down like that by default, it doesn't slow down the audio, which I like when you change the frame rate of something. So in this case, because I changed it from 60 to 24, that means if I were to click on this clip and play it, you hear the audio at full speed, but the clip is obviously at like 40% speed. So what that means is you're going to run out of audio at about the 40% mark of the clip, so right around here somewhere. Yeah, so you just have to, if you're going to do something like this where it's slowed down, you might just have to go back. And that's kind of close, but I want to try to find the exact moment. It says get ready. So it's kind of right before this. So the easy way to do this, honestly, use the time selection tool, drag this back. And I'm looking for like a big peak in audio, which maybe that's it. Okay, and then the other thing, this is not going to be on channel 1, so another thing I have set up, I usually do this starting off every edit, is I'll put the music track on like 4 or 5, depending on like how busy I think the edit could be. And this one, because I could kind of picture a lot of overlapping audio and I might use some sound effects, I'm going to put it down on 5 so that the music can kind of look to me visually like the bass layer, and then I can decide which things go, which things I want to duck the music, which is anything I put in audio track 1. So right here is like some dialogue, which I want to have duck it. Here's some more dialogue over here. There's some more over here, but anything that I don't want to duck it, I can put on 2, 3, or 4. So that would be either like B-roll audio like this, where you can hear it playing, but it's not drowning out the music. And then I can put other things like sound effects or transitions in these 2 slots, and I think that's probably all I'm going to need. And then I'll usually lock this track so that if I cut something, it won't cut into this on accident, or if I go to shift things around or, you know, slide things backwards, it doesn't mess with anything, so, or mess with the music at least. I might do the same with these sometimes, lock these in place, but because I'm still kind of moving things around and building out that skeleton, I just don't want to bother locking it at this point. So how are we thinking about this? Right there would need to be a cut or something. You kind of have to try to ignore the text. I know it's kind of hard, but and obviously I haven't color graded these, but hopefully, I mean, so I want to see if there's a better splash at some point maybe, or just an alternate I can look at and use. I don't remember if there was one here at the end. Maybe there was.
But there won't be any left when we get to the...
Okay, so it already happened. Right? No, my lens is just still covered in water. Oh, that was cool. I kind of like the look of that better. Because it just looks, you can just see the... Obviously that audio doesn't really sync that well, but I'm just going to kind of put it in here for now. And maybe use that wide shot of the boat going by so we get some kind of... third person view of what it looks like. And I'm gonna just real quick do the same thing with this, change it to 23976, and then drag that in. So maybe this could be the opener. So I don't want that to be the opening shot. Maybe this one where it's more like trying. I'm just gonna mute this for a second. You technically don't need it up on the screen. Sometimes it's good to have it up there, but sometimes it's more just like I don't know, sometimes it's just more annoying. You know, when you're trying to like look at the shot and visualize it a little more. I don't know. I kind of like this shot still where he turns around because I think it's important to see the faces. Like ideally here I'd be spun around and it would be all their faces like getting splashed, and it's just like, you know, you're seeing them. Instead it's kind of the shot from the back. So this I'll kind of keep on backup for now. But I just want to find as many shots as I can of them having fun. Yeah, don't know if I love that. What I want is a shot of all of them in the boat from the front, ideally. This dynamic zoom, I want to try to make this even more exaggerated so we really notice it. Transitions I haven't really figured out yet, but so now you're probably starting to get at least a little bit of a feeling. So I don't really want to show the same thing 3 times like that. I was just kind of seeing what this sort of looks like, because really, I mean, this is supposed to be very montagey. Like it's supposed to feel very fast. Like there's a lot of stuff we're covering, you know. So I think one more shot to kind of show the full story would be great. So I'm actually going to go back there, try to find a shot from the front, which obviously isn't going to be in this boat, but maybe even something like that or like this. This is kind of a cool B-roll shot. Change that to, actually, no, I'm not going to change it. I know I have shots from a previous year I could look at. Change that to slow-mo as well.
Bring it on in. it on back. We'll put her in the.
So let's try that. I just marked the in and out of it in my project thing, and I can see that right here. I can see it visually on the clip where my in and out points are marked. I'll go back to the timeline. I'll go find that clip again. It's still marked here, even though I'm in a new space now, and I can see it here too when I double click on it. And now I can instead of just grabbing the picture and dragging it down, which would give me the audio as well, I can grab just the video, and I can bring that where I want it, which is somewhere around here. And usually when I do this, I'm dragging in things intentionally on a layer that isn't occupied. That's why I leave myself a room for 3 here, because I don't really like to drag over and erase something a lot of the time, because I'm like, oh, what if I want to use it? In this case, I've kind of ruled out this clip because I think this one is just better. The waves are more dramatic. So in this case, I might actually just delete that, and obviously I'm just deleting that little clip from the timeline. I still have that thing, that actual shot up here if I want to go back and use it. Actually, was that shot? What shot is this? Oh, it is the first wave. Yeah. Okay, well, whatever. So now I have this. So I want to see how this sort of sequence looks. And I'm pretty sure this is 4K. No, it's not, because I don't have that on this camera. I should have known that. But regardless, I'm going to try punching in a little bit, kind of coming up with it. Try to center them a little bit better, just for connective purposes. And that's all it would be. So about that length of time. Add a little dynamic zoom to that. I don't think I would do that there.
Come together and we're helping each other. That's gonna be the first part for changing everything. Okay.
Okay, so I'm getting some feedback in the mic. I just realized this whole time. Usually when I have my speakers on, this doesn't pick up that much, but because I'm getting a little bit, I'm gonna just switch to the headphones so it doesn't sound as bad. I have no idea how this stream is sounding right now, but this should make it a little bit better, hopefully.
I get to go into a room and see people that look like me. I usually don't get to do that, and it's like a really empowering thing.
So you can kind of hear right there how the music sort of changes. Like I don't know what the musical terminology for these things are, but you can hear those strings coming in, that new sort of melody coming in that's more like empowering and uplifting. To me, that transition right there just felt like a natural switch, like kind of a new topic sort of switch. And so right here, DC trip, that still has to do with a youth, but I think like that trip is such a, obviously going across the country is a big kind of deal. So I think showing off, like devoting a whole section, if you will, to that would be a nice way to sort of round out this whole section about youth, the broader section about youth and things they do. And I think, it's supposed to feel kind of montagey. I want to definitely try to show the best moments and, all that kind of stuff, and maybe have more clips like this of the youth talking about what coming together means to them and having people around them, means to them. And then, some clips from the DC trip. And then we'll go into something not pertaining to youth, which is, I thought, a good transition out of that would be the police work, because I think that's a huge part of what they do. And this would be a montage of clips that are exactly this length of time. So that's that. So let's kind of round out this. So another clip or set of clips that I know I'm going to want to use, which I'm going to go find right now, are from the base 10 terabyte, and I think it's under base youth. And this is like literally the first year they did anything, so this might not even be in here. It might be in a even more different folder, but I was pretty sure I had everything that they'd ever done on this. Police forum, Portland trip, Rogue Rock Gym. So this is a crazy one. So I filmed all this on the Blackmagic camera back when I was kind of using that for capturing their stuff. And I must have had somebody with me using it because I was using the smaller like Sony camera at the time. So this is actually all, I don't know exactly what the file properties are of this. 50 frames per second. Apparently it's 1080. So this is all potentially usable clips, like any clips that show them being like empowered or anything having to do with empowering. You know, rock climbing is always a good one in that regard. Looks like I have just some personal home clips on here as well. I don't know how that got mixed in with all this other stuff. That's funny. So, okay. Yeah, we have this Rogue Rock Gym footage. Yeah, I don't know about that. What I'm looking for is a specific thing the base youth did where they went to a different kind of gym. It was like a youth-centered gym. Wasn't any of these. No. Maker City. Damn. Okay, that footage I'm thinking about might not be here, might be somewhere else, so I'm just gonna not even consider it. But stumbling across this, I think it could actually work pretty well. Let's see what this is about. Oh, this is this thing. Okay, where did I see that? Was it Rogue Rock Gym? Yeah. I thought one of these clips could be good, like just showing kind of empowering, maybe a low angle style shot of God, COVID, dude, what a wild time. Only problem is there's some people in here that are not part of base anymore. So, yeah, so I don't know about using any of this. But any of these kind of shots could be good. Potentially. Maybe there's something in here because I want to show something that looks kind of empowering in that first, initial montage right after we come out of that. I think this is probably the best bet. This is a pretty good one. So it's going to be tricky, maybe color grading these, but yeah, maybe a couple of these. This scrubbing feature is so nice. So nice. I'm going to trying to pull up my little stream here. There we go. So I have some kind of visual reference of what's happening. Okay. All right. So, yeah, a couple of good clips here. So same thing, I'm going to take both of these, slow them down to 24 frames per second or 23,976, whatever, which is awesome to know that I thought to do that for at least a few clips here. And then find a good moment from this maybe. Oops. I like the idea of reaching up, seeing the eyes kind of. Yeah, so if anything, it's going to be... I just liked how zoomed in I was and how shallow the depth of field I got was here. So maybe even just something like that could be worthwhile. Maybe. Even something like that. And I think like the way I want this to be cut, like ideally, hopefully these all feel kind of like memories. Like I'm thinking about putting some kind of filtration over them so it feels like they're more memories and they're not like, because if you do something full screen and just fully in color like this, it just, it can make it feel like you're trying to draw too much attention to it to an extent, and I don't necessarily want that. So let's see if this helps. Okay, so yeah, way too slow of cuts, obviously. What shot is this again? Oh yeah, I don't think I need that. Yeah, this just doesn't really speak to me at all. Okay, I was hoping we'd hear the splash. So okay, so that sounds like the actual. So what I'm creating right here is called the J-cut, pretty common term in editing. This is where you just introduce the sound of a clip before you introduce the visual of it. That's really all it is, because it makes this kind of J shape. Like if I could draw, obviously it's going to create a rectangle, but you can see how it kind of makes this J here if you come down and like this. So it's called a J-cut. And then an L-cut is the opposite, where you leave, where it makes this kind of shape, where you leave, essentially this is a J and an L cut, because this audio belongs to this video here. And so I'm doing a J and an L cut to make it so that the audio comes in before you see it, and then it trails off after you see it to help sort of bridge it with these other two clips. The trouble is that the audio just sort of dies off right here randomly, and I want it to extend all the way to there. And the fact is, you hear this kind of screaming there, which doesn't really fit. I actually kind of liked where it was before, even though, oops. So hit T here. Hopefully this will, no, it's actually not what I want. This is not grabbing. Okay, I mean, I wonder if they just changed the, it's not what that used to look like at all, so let's see how this. Oh, wait, what the hell? We lost a clip somewhere in there. There it is. So, yeah, whoops, I just totally messed that up. This clip was here before. So yeah, I might even go back here just so it's kind of the same audio consistency the whole time. You hear a little bit of that wind noise, so maybe I'll try to do some things to eliminate that a little bit. Yeah, I don't really like this last part here. I want that to start a little later. I don't like how I'm seeing that initial zoom.
When we come together,
So something like that. Ideally, I'd love to have a close-up of somebody's face, like right after they got splashed. So maybe I can find that somewhere else.
When we come together,
So another thing that I kind of cheat sheet shortcut that I have sort of set up is I have a previous project that I did. Well, I have a number of them, but this is kind of a bigger one in a similar vein where it kind of involved just montaging a lot of clips together. And you can see right here, I have the exact shot that I was just looking at in the other timeline now in this timeline, which is from Kwanzaa, which every year for Kwanzaa, we do something similar where it's kind of a montage style recap of like a bunch of disparate clips from a lot of different things over the year or years. And so I have that right here to, kind of already set up with a bunch of clips I've already found. So sometimes I'll do this where I'll just grab timelines from previous projects and bring them into this project as the same timeline essentially, so that I can reuse clips that I've already taken the time to go and find, and audio clips I've taken the time to already go and find, and color grade and everything, so that these are like already done. So like a lot of this stuff I'll be reusing for this. I don't want to make it obviously the exact same edit, but a lot of this stuff really speaks to what we, the things we want to show off. So this whole little sequence from this screen show that they did outside, some of the youth at the park performing in front of a pretty big crowd, I think that's pretty impactful. But as far as the youth stuff, so I already grabbed some of those shots. I already grabbed that shot actually, just good general community style shots. This is definitely a good one. I like this. I think that's really good, them just kind of playing together. I do want to take some time to try to find original ones, but this is kind of just a montage of clips. This is a good one, I think. Smiling, laughing. Definitely take that. And what was it? This one? No, this one. No, this one. So this one and this one. We'll hit Command C, come over to the main timeline. Then I want to go somewhere into the timeline where it's not going to accidentally overwrite anything. So if I were to do it right here, it might overwrite these clips based on where I place them. So I'm just going to go like over here, hit Command V, and it drops them in. And then I can just drag these, since they're both still selected, and pull them over here just so they're in the kind of youth section.
when we come together and we're helping. When we come together and we're helping support.
Right here, I think what I'm going to use is more clips from the camping trip.
When we come together and we're helping support each other, that's going to be the first.
Which I had in this edit here. Right here, so I'm actually just going to grab these three, Command C. Those are all from that camping trip. Come over here. I'm going to try this, Command V. And luckily it didn't overwrite anything because I copied them from the second layer. So they just override, but you could see how, like, if these were to paste into this first layer, it would have gone over this entire clip and like part of this clip and just erased them. So that's why usually I like to copy paste things over. The other thing you can do is you can click this button to set up a timeline below this one. So you effectively have two timelines being shown here. And you can literally just drag things that way from one timeline to another and place them specifically where you want. It's just kind of if you're doing that a lot, that can be a way to do it. I'm not doing as much of that right now, so I'm going to close it out. I'd rather just have the one timeline. And then obviously I can just have a tab here for a different timeline if I want to tab back and forth between the two. But so far for these clips, I'm going to expand this, hold down Shift and scroll to expand here. Get rid of the fade on that. When we come together, I like when he says that.
When we come together and we're helping support each other, that's going to be the first part for changing everything, okay?
I get to go into a room and see people that look like me. I usually don't get to do that. And
Bring these up.
it's like a really empowering feeling.
And the really cool thing about ending with this little DC trip portion is I have some great interviews we did with the youth while we were there, and where we went in and like actually interviewed them about what law would they change if they had the chance, kind of thing, which I thought was kind of a cool thing. We did that like right after we got out of the congressional building, like where the main everybody from the Senate gathers. And got to sit in there and talk with the tour guide about, you know, what they do there and all that stuff. But let me see. So maybe I'll go try to find one of those now. But I really want to kind of finish this sequence here. So I have kind of a little bit of the groundwork laid here.
When we come together and we're helping.
So that shot feels a little fast. It feels like you don't really have enough time to digest the information.
When we come together and we're helping support each other.
Feels like you could even last a little bit longer.
We come together and we're helping support each other. That's going to be the first part. Support each other. That's going to be the first.
Don't need that. Okay.
When we come together and we're helping support each other, that's going to be the first part for changing everything, okay? Okay?
I get to go into a room and see people that look like me. I usually don't get to do that, and it's like a really empowering feeling.
So I also have a folder here for youth interviews. So this is another thing I'm going to go try to find right now, or some more of those in my sort of clip archive area here. So right now I'm in the big base hard drive, but clips I'm looking for here are going to be in this hard drive. It was a Portland trip. So I'm pretty sure it's in here. If not, it's going to be in a different drive that isn't showing up in here right now. So, oh wait, it is. It's right here. Okay, thank God. It's the DC trip. Portland. Okay, it was this. It was this. It was towards the end of the trip. I also did a bunch of interviews with the youth that I haven't gone back. And this is like the importance of categorizing things. A74. Damn, did I use Jesse's camera for this? This is crazy. Is this just the boys? Oh yeah, because we separated boys and girls pretty much for this. 24. Some of this footage could be good. So this is the other thing. A lot of this stuff I just have, and I've just never gone through it. So I have this audio in another folder. I was hoping I'd be able to hear what he's saying here. So this is more me asking him about specifically just Nike, but right here at the end of the trip, I do remember doing these interviews about base trips in general. Let me see what we got from him. All right, I'm just gonna skip ahead to this one first. I remember my allergies being really bad here. It was spring. That's a good little soundbite there. So what I'm going to do is pull that into youth interviews. Same with probably this one. Okay, yeah, we're definitely using that. I think we're probably I think it's safe to say we're going to use all of these, and instead of trying to listen to them with the crappy audio, yeah, they got to do the indoor skydiving, which is cool. So maybe I'll grab a little snippet of that. Okay, so I don't think he really gave me much to work with there. So I have some good career panels, sort of BTS sort of shots. Like we went to the game, which is cool. This is like going into one of the little film studios right there. They got to all check it out, which is kind of a cool thing, like right at the end of the day. This is a good shot. I could put this into B-roll maybe. Yeah, see, I have so much footage. I mean, from all over the place. I'm like, oh yeah, there was that. Okay, so I have those ones for youth interviews, and then what I'm going to do is bring in the audio clips from that. And
the black one, it was really tough, and then the little.
come on, play, please. Jesus.
It was kind of cool. And the lake.
Okay, so these, I think it's this one. These were all like back to back to back to back. So there's this one, this one, this one, and this one. I'm pretty sure were all 4 of those. So I'm going to just drag those in here. And then the cool thing, I already have a few of these done. Otherwise, I would just do this all at once. But what you can do is command click both of these at once. Right click, audio sync. I had no idea you could do this unless they were in the timeline already. But you can sync them up. I like to retain this stuff so I can just have both of them. But hit sync and it'll sync them in here. So even though it won't like merge them together, and yeah, that's kind of the downside is sometimes that happens. Let's see whose clip this is. Okay, so that is the right clip. So I think unfortunately just didn't find the sync. Let's try these with these two. Audio sync, yes, sync. See if it works. Okay, maybe we'll try this one.
To have opportunities like this.
Yeah, that's definitely her. I don't know why this doesn't work. Usually it's pretty accurate and it gets it right away. So a little bit surprising there. We can always do it manually in the timeline. Let me just try this last one, which looks like it has the best. Maybe I need to change the channel number or something. Automatic. Let's try that. Okay, didn't work. Whatever. The nice thing about that is you can more easily switch the audio and you don't have to cut it out, which is what I sometimes do. It also is a bummer because now when I play it back, it's going to be using the shitty scratch audio. So I can't exactly tell what she says right there, but I'm going to grab it, pull it in here, grab the audio clip from where she's talking about that.
again. And then I also enjoyed meeting new people and seeing some of the other people that I knew from other things that I did. I definitely don't feel as it feels good to be in. It feels good to be in like a close, like a similar community as I'm usually in.
So I wonder if it's just because the volume is so low on these that it just doesn't. Track, I know these are close, so now I just kind of have to, holy hell.
It feels good to be in like a close, like a similar community as I'm usually in. It feels good to be in like a close.
Okay, so that's like right around here.
It feels good to be in like a close.
So now I can kind of line these up with this because it seems like the audio thing isn't working.
Like a similar community as I'm usually in.
Feels good to be in a similar community is what she ends up saying. So once I have these synced up, I can stretch this out and hear everything a lot better. So that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to go to clip attributes on this one, change this to stereo so I hear it out of both sides because by default it recorded as mono. Drag this to match up with that. Drag this to match up with that. And if I have snapping on, it'll make it easy. And then what I can do here is just drag this to overlap here. And then I can link these two. And now
It to be in like a close, like a similar community as I'm usually in.
And now what I'm going to do is grab this and do what I did with this clip over here and extend it out so I can listen to it with the good audio and see if I can hear anything better.
I used to. I just got put in my first year of public school, so I don't do sports. Like, I haven't done any this year. I don't think I will, but I think I'll do some next semester. But I used to. I used to play baseball, and I used to play basketball, and I did volleyball for a little bit, but I did baseball the most as a kid. It did, like, inspire me a little bit. Like, I liked seeing about how, like, they had the building that was, like, made with the bases, like, the shape of the bases of the baseball field. So it was really cool that they did, like, a dedication to that. And I do like baseball. I did softball for a little bit, but I wasn't, like, as into
Sounds
it.
like
So I
she's
didn't
just
really like
talking about
baseball when I did,
sports,
but,
so.
like, it feels good to be in, like, a close, like, a similar community as I'm usually in.
It feels good to be in a similar community. Yeah, not the not the strongest. I think what she says here is probably a little bit stronger. So I'm actually just gonna get rid of this, drag this one in, drag that audio in, which is this one. Try syncing these up this way real quick and just see if it works. Yeah, so that can sometimes happen. Can you talk about like how getting to come here maybe like has motivated or helped like inspire you for sports in any way?
It
Like,
feels
can you speak to that?
it feels like really cool to be.
Clip attributes, change that to stereo. I have no idea where this is.
Which that was also really cool.
Travis Scott also had a concert there, they said.
He actually did. Oh my God! Wait, that's actually cool. Oh,
About that, like just like feeling or like how cool it is just to know like these celebrities or athletes and stuff that have been like how getting to come here maybe like do you do sports at all? So what sports do you do? Okay. Can you talk about like how getting to come here maybe like has motivated or helped like inspire you for sports in any way? Like can you speak to that?
The lady that was with us, she was reading a bunch of quotes that was like on like a giant wall, and she was like, and some of them were like motivating me, and she was like,
Is like what do you what's your takeaway from base and general just hang out? Everybody talk about like how they have the kind of their friends from school and then like the base friends is kind of like a different group, like a different vibe kind of. Like do you feel that same way?
yeah, it's such a vibe. Because just being around like a bunch of like people like me really means a lot, and being able to like do all these friendships is like really cool.
Yeah. Why is that? You know, just getting to hang out. Everybody's talked about like how they have the kind of their friends from school and then like the base friends is kind of like a different that same way group, like a different vibe kind of. Like do you feel that same way?
vibe, because just
Kind of looking at the shapes, trying to line these up.
around like a bunch of like people like me really means
So I can see that that's happening a little sooner. So I can.
and be like being able to like do all these kinds of trips is like really
So right here, I can see this is just a little off.
cool.
Yeah.
It means a lot, and be like being able to like do all these kinds of trips is like really, and to like keep, yeah. The lady that was with us, she was reading a bunch of quotes that was like really good. Yeah, it's such a different vibe because just being around like a bunch of like people like me really means a lot, and like being able to like do all these kinds of trips is like really cool.
Yeah. Why is that?
Because people think like that we're like able to do everything that other people are able to do, and I feel like we're able to do like all the same stuff. Like we're able to do everything, and just like I don't know, it's just really cool.
Yeah. That's good. Perfect. That's all.
Okay.
Okay, maybe not the strongest.
Different vibe. Because just being around like a bunch of like people like me really means a lot, and like being able to like do all these kinds of trips is like really cool.
Yeah. I kind of like this, to be honest.
Same way.
Yeah, it's such a different vibe because just being around like a bunch of like people like me really means a lot, and being able to like do all these kinds of trips is like really cool. Yeah, it's such a different vibe because just being around like a bunch of like people like me really means a lot, and being able to like do all these kinds of trips is like really cool, and being able to like do all like me really means a lot. It means a lot.
I might just use that little snippet.
Yeah, it's
Being around people that look like me really means a lot. I think probably wouldn't like focus too much on that, but just if you heard that sentence in the background,
just being around like a bunch of like people like me really means a lot, and like
so I think I could maybe grab this, Command C, bring it over here somewhere, Command V, type of thing. Except I really only have enough room for one, so I was originally just looking for a clip to maybe go in like right here, which is now gonna take some time. Of course. I just realized I'm recording this whole thing too, which I don't really think I need to be doing. I'm gonna stop recording and just continue to stream.
because just being around like a bunch of like people like me really means a lot.
To go into a room and see people that look like me, I usually don't get to do that, and it's like a really empowering feeling.
Because
Maybe even like right here during the
because just being around like a bunch of like people like me really means a lot. Me. Because just being around like a bunch of like people like a bunch of like around like a bunch of
cut out the dead space and the likes and the ums and stuff.
Once you're in base for a little bit, it starts to be like more of like a family thing. You get to know people. It's a community.
just being around like a bunch of people like me really means a lot.
When we come together and we're helping support each other, that's gonna be the first part for changing everything, okay?
I get to go into a room and see people that look like me. I usually don't get to do that, and it's like a really empowering feeling.
Yeah. I like that. I think it's taking shape. All right, so what I'm going to do here is create, I think within the youth interviews thing, I'm going to create another one for DC trip interviews just to help create some space and some organization, categorization, because having all these audio and video files in here is already kind of messy. And, you know, I could already separate these, but it makes it easier when you can just right click and link them together. It's just unfortunate that didn't work out for these. So I'm going to go here, go back to my broad thing, go to DC trip here. I want to say, okay, so kids interviews, look at that. I already had them pulled aside. Oh, wait, these are these interviews. Okay, which honestly, maybe there's something in here about just bass in general. My only other thing is, like, so you've been like doing the stuff with bass obviously for a while, like on all these trips and stuff. Is there anything, like, do you have any thoughts you can share about bass in general? What is the youth stuff you've done, like the trips you've been a part of, and really like all the stuff they've done? That we're really hoping to shine a light on bass somehow, but we want to hear from like obviously your perspective and how you guys like feel about bass and like all the stuff they do. So what are your thoughts on that?
I mean, I think bass is a really good organization by itself, and like I do know that not everybody has an organization like bass, but if you do, I really feel like you should, you know, reach out and like participate in whatever they have going on. And the trips are usually they're pretty good. They're really good actually, and they're all really thoroughly planned out, thought through, and scheduled, which is nice. You know, they're always like, you know, we have this, we have that, this at this. Yeah, so it's really nice for sure.
That's cool. That's awesome. Yeah, I think it's so to hear that. Do you have any, like, I mean, you kind of already mentioned, like, if you know an organization, you should join it. Do you have any other, like, advice for somebody that might be, like, thinking about, like, somebody your age or maybe a little younger, even, like, just thinking about joining something like this, but not sure, they're kind of on the fence, like, hesitant? Do you have any, anything you can say about, like, why it'd be cool to, like, why the bass youth stuff is, like,
If it's an organization like bass, you should definitely join it for sure, because it's not often that you be around people who look like you. So it's always nice to have a little community. You know?
and would you say, like, you made, like, obviously a lot of friends, it sounds like you had, like, prior to being part of the bass thing, but you also made friends since?
Yeah, I've made a couple. Yeah, I've made a couple friends for sure.
Cool. Do you have any other thoughts about DC and the trip, or, like, things you're, like, looking forward to on the trip, or?
I'm looking forward to food. That's for sure. Like Southern, I especially like takeoff. That's my favorite part. Oh, really?
Cool. Nice. That's good. So do you fly, like, all the time? Like, doing the stuff with bass, all the stuff they've done? But we're really hoping to shine a light on bass somehow, but we want to hear from so I'm just kind of going through and listening to these right now to see if there's anything usable in any of these.
It's a really good organization by itself, and like I do know that not everybody has an organization like bass, but if you do, I really feel like you should, you know, reach out and like participate in whatever they have going. The trips are usually they're pretty good. They're really good actually, and they're all really thoroughly planned out.
It doesn't really strike me at my core. Let's listen to some of these other ones.
Teach young black kids about their heritage. And you know, if you want to learn about your heritage, you can't have someone speaking on a microphone telling you everything about it. You have to go to the places. You have to look at places where your heritage came from instead of looking at photos. You have to be there physically, not digitally. Well, if you go onto, let's say, a digital website, let's say when you watch those, yeah, something like that, you would see some 4-year-old or 5-year-old. Yeah, I really am, since, you know, I've already been to DC, but like having a second trip is a really lucky thing to do. As like a little 4-year-old or 5-year-old, and seeing everyone out in the future. I think for Martin Luther King. It was the National Museum of African American Culture. But so we now just, you know, even if it's not someone who originates from Haiti, you can always just see that Africans are kind of like the roots of Haiti, the roots of other places in the. Yeah. I want to present like mostly about and why they made this museum. Because if without this museum, I think bass wouldn't go on this trip. I think without all the museums that we have chosen to go to, I think we wouldn't have gone if those weren't made possible. And I mean, I'm glad that it shows most of history and yeah. Well, bass is there to teach young black kids about their heritage. And you know, if you want to learn about your heritage, you can't have someone speaking on a microphone telling you everything about it. You have to go to the places. You have to look at places where your heritage came from instead of looking at photos. You have to be there physically black kids about.
This is actually kind of crazy. Yeah, I think I'm just gonna grab these, pull them in, because I can cut between the two of them if I synchronize them properly, and I think that's gonna be a really empowering one. I might actually just create a new timeline here for actually I'm going to do this in the youth interviews parent folder. Youth interview selects. Yup. It's fine. Create. So now I have a new timeline, and now that I have this, I can use just this timeline to do exactly what I was doing before. And now I can sync these two, hopefully a little better. Hopefully that pops up. Auto align clips using waveform, hit sync. Cross my fingers that it works. We'll see. Wow, miraculous. Grab these right away. And right around here is where she started talking about that.
Their heritage. And you know,
I think this clip is great.
well, base is there. Base is there to teach young black kids about their heritage. And you know, if you want to learn about your heritage, you can't have someone speaking on a microphone telling you everything about it. You have to go to the places. You have to look at places where your heritage came from instead of looking at photos. You have to be there physically, not digitally. You have to be there physically.
I don't know. Maybe use it, maybe not, but
When you go onto, let's say, a digital website, let's say, when you watch those, something like that, you would see something digitally, but you don't really get to interact with everything. You don't get to ask questions that much. You don't have someone who's going to answer those. I mean, if you went to the Muir Museum on a virtual trip, you would have trouble asking questions. You'd have to ask a computer. But if you went physically, you would look and you'd see those questions. You could see, like, oh, this person had that. That's why. So that's why I think, like, if you go really physically, you learn more than going digitally. I'm excited to learn more about African culture, but the thing I'm most excited about is to see all those people, like, every single one of them, everything that these families were. Thousands of things were about there, but only 25 were made, and those are really rare things. Like 25 things that you, because some people don't get to do this a lot. Like me and my family, we love to travel. We travel to many places I can't count. But you know, base allows more and more, like a whole community to do that, and it's helping young minds to like learn. I mean, if we were to go onto something for NASA, something like that, we learn about Katherine Johnson and other people who worked, black people. I mean, most of the time, people think that black people.
she's got a lot of good stuff. So, where I was originally going with this was not for these interviews at all, but actually some different interviews, which I think were in this day 2 section. So this is Arlington Cemetery, and then that, and then what's this? Okay, no, so it was maybe day 1 then. Yeah, I think that's right. I think this is right. When we went into the Capitol building, this wild tour guide here. Yeah, I got this tour. Okay, yeah, these are the interviews. So they said one law I would change is this. One law I would change is this. So what I'm going to look for is like a quick. Just try to hold it close, but yeah, you're good. What's one thing you'd like to change?
I think it's bad, like, Americans have a bigger background on, like, acts of domestic terrorism.
Super hard to hear, but I think what she's saying is I would want to have. They were all supposed to just propose one law they would change, and even though obviously this isn't them talking about base, I think if I put one of these clips over some footage of the DC trip, it'll kind of connect the dots that like they were kind of here to learn a little bit. Blah, blah, blah. Yeah.
One thing I would change is passing a 50, I think you have to hear driver's license every 5 years after 50. Just to keep the streets safe.
And why do you think we should do that?
I don't know. I feel like it would be a good way to keep the streets.
Just say something I'd like to see changed is, or something I would change is.
Something I like to see changed is like the prices for colleges, like for it to go down, because some people don't have enough money to pay for colleges.
Hold it. There you go. Say it again.
One thing I'd like to change is for colleges to be, like the price to be decreased, because some people don't have enough money to afford college.
And why do you think it's important to be able to afford college?
Because without college, you can't really like get like a really good job.
That's kind of a good one. College. I definitely want to try to hear from one of the boys. I guess we have Bez, this guy right at the beginning. This guy Dominic. Didn't really care for this one so much. Yeah.
Something I would like to change. Jaywalking. I think jaywalking should be illegal because people already do it, and I don't see much happening about it. So might as well just make it illegal. And if you get hit, you get hit.
Crack down on it a little more.
Add on?
I mean, no. I was just saying. You think we should crack down on it more? I mean, it already is illegal. It's just people just do it anyways.
Yeah.
God.
What's one thing
I'm just
I would
fucking with this
change?
dude.
That guns should not be out unless people with like cops or other people like citizens. Because
Yeah.
it fix a lot of problems in school for
Yeah.
jaywalking. I think it should.
Diaper changing stations in men's restrooms, like men's public bathrooms.
Okay. Why?
Because they don't have any men's bathrooms, like for single fathers. And if there's not a family room, how are they going to change a diaper for a baby?
Widen the crosswalks on diaper because there's always a slope, and when I walk too far to the side, it hurts my kneecaps. Because my kneecaps are in bad shape, so it kind of hurts.
So you'd be fixing the crosswalks?
Wide, you know, so everybody gets their own space, you know? Everybody gets their own bubble.
All right. Yeah, it's like some weird number. It's like. I could also go to the MLK Memorial clips. I have some clips of them at the
I
Martin
would
Luther
change is whatever. Or
Okay.
just start your sentence with like one thing I would change is whatever. Or one, just use a complete sentence, however you want to say it.
Okay, I can't tell what she's saying, but sounded like she was really confident, whatever the answer was.
Just like one thing I would change is like.
So what I need to do is find the audio for this, which I thought I also had organized into days, but doesn't look like I did.
What food?
IHOP.
She was saying how like the guards for the we're at Arlington and all unhealthy addictive substances such as alcohol, cigarettes, and
We like get really injured.
Because the diaspora of students.
The unarmed truth.
Make a career of humanity. Commit yourself to the noble struggle for the equal rights. You will make a greater person of your.
To work and fight.
Darkness cannot drive out darkness. If someone has a mental illness or cancer or like unhealthy addictive substances such as alcohol, cigarettes, and cannabis, because it's like not really good for you, and like it can cause so many damages to like future and kids, and it's just a lot of stuff that can go wrong. I've only been to 3. Okay. One thing I would change is ban all unhealthy addictive.
Okay, so that looks like this. And this is her.
One thing I would change is ban all unhealthy.
But yet when I go to this,
is banned all.
And then this next one.
People who are professionally trained and licensed access to guns. Because because some people are home.
Seems like I just did a long recording here. So maybe there's a way to link these two together. Auto sync audio waveform. We'll try track 1. We'll hit sync. No, of course not. God damn.
Good. Complete sentence, however you want to say it.
One thing I would change is like how much oil is because like all the big
Really not fair. So, and like if they're young, it's not.
Slavery. Much oil is like hurting the earth because like all the big oil companies are like taking it up and the earth is slowly dying. And since we're on Earth, that means we're slowly dying. So I think that having the big companies like tone it down a little bit would help our Earth. Much oil. Okay. One thing I would change is like how much oil is like hurting the Earth because like all the big oil companies.
Okay, so maybe I could use a snippet of that. It's possible. It's possible. It's possible. Let me just grab. Let me just go to this. Actually.
Darkness cannot drive out of.
Okay, so it looks like this one thing, I just left it recording for all the interviews. So it kind of makes it a little bit easier because now I don't have to try to go and line up several clips. So I have this one here. From here, I'm just going to pull that over to the beginning a little bit. And then go into here, DC trip interviews, grab this. Grab this. And it was like right around here is the lineup.
Okay. Just
Clip attributes, stereo. Okay, and what I'm actually going to do is just bump up the volume on this so I can actually hear everybody talking. I'm just going to listen to this whole clip.
start your sentence with like, one thing I would change is
One thing
whatever.
I would change is like how much oil
Just use a
is-
complete
is,
sentence,
like,
however you want to say
hurting
it.
the earth. One is like
Okay, so it's close right now. Maybe hard to match it up just because of how much background noise there was.
like all the big oil companies are like taking it up and the earth is slowly dying. And since we're on Earth, that means we're slowly dying. So I think that having the big companies like tone it down a little bit would help our Earth.
Just going to separate that there, and I'm just going to listen to this whole thing to see if anybody gave a good answer. That's a good one. That's a really good one. That's amazing.
If I could change something, I would make the school system. If I could change. If I could change something, I would make the school systems more inclusive for every type of learning and more engaging for all the students, because most kids just don't like school, and I feel like it's an opportunity to learn and it could be fun.
That's a potential. Actually, this
One thing I would change is having more homeless back up on their feet.
Inclusive.
People can't afford it.
Is this on? The one thing I'd like to change is hospital prices. If someone has a mental illness or cancer or like
It's kind of a good one.
Because some people don't have enough money to afford college.
So I could see these being kind of like a montage that sort of fit in there. One thing that I would change is being able to afford college prices coming down, healthcare coming down, like just.
I think that healthcare should be less expensive. Because some families and some people can't afford it.
One thing I would change is having more homeless shelters for people to get back up on their feet.
Kind of like that too.
Yeah.
So I don't necessarily need to find the video for all these clips, because if this is just going to be an audio montage kind of underneath a bunch of B-roll from that. So the other thing is time consideration. I kind of have the time allocated to how much I want to spend on that little DC trip portion of the edit right here. So roughly this is about how much time I have to fit in whatever I want to say, and I have to have a little bit of breathing room so it doesn't feel too jumpy. So it really helps, I think, doing it this way and building what I'm calling the skeleton, because it just helps you sort of refine and really pick the best of the best for any project or scenario you're looking at. Like for this, I already have like a handful of shots in mind that I would probably use for this, and it's a few of them are shots I think I've already grabbed from previous edits. Actually, a lot of them were right here, and for some reason they're not showing up, because I think I did something in the wrong order. But yeah, regardless, that just means that probably all those interviews I found aren't going to be the best. I think it would be maybe cool to try to use this little clip from Akila. Here is her name. So I'm going to hit this. I'm going to try to grab this.
Is there to teach young.
I'm going to just Command C, Command V this and just see roughly how much time it takes up and see if it'll even be plausible. And you can see, I mean, obviously I was going to cut this down a little bit, but it just goes to show you, right, like how selective you have to be with stuff like this sometimes, you know, because then you could ask the question, okay, this is this long, but I like it so much. Is it better than maybe all of these clips? Like, could I have this extend all the way back here and use this talking portion about bass and going on clips and being in touch with your roots, how important that is? And in this case, I don't think so. I don't think that's exactly what I want to do. Whoops. So I want to just eliminate this audio.
Bass is there to teach young black kids about their heritage.
So clip attributes, change that to channel 1. Oops, I did the wrong thing. Supposed to do channel 2 for both of these.
And you know, if you want to learn about your heritage, you can't have someone speaking on a microphone telling you everything about it. You have bass is there to teach young black kids about young black kids.
Link these together so they don't get out of sync. Sometimes I'll do all of them together, but in this case, I think
To teach young black kids about their heritage.
select these, Command B. I don't want to shift delete actually in this case because it'll slide everything back. It'll ripple the entire timeline rather than just this one clip.
About their heritage. And you know, if you want to
Their heritage. So I'm kind of just having this in here just as like a placeholder for now.
If you want to learn about your heritage, you can't have someone speaking on a microphone telling you everything about it. You have to go to the places. You have to look at places where your heritage came from instead of looking at photos. You have to be there physically. Bass is there to teach young black kids about their heritage. If you want to learn about your heritage, you can't have someone speaking on a microphone telling you everything about it. You have to go to the places. You have to look at places where your heritage came from instead of looking at photos. You have to be there physically.
I don't think I need any of this. And honestly, I'm not sure if I'll use this just because I like more the idea of showing like the trip of DC and...
Bass is there to teach young black kids about their heritage.
Yeah, I mean, I do have a good amount of footage from the African American Museum of National History. So I could actually use quite a bit of that and make that sort of the focus of the DC trip.
Base is there to teach.
Look like me. I usually don't get to do that, and it's like a really empowering feeling.
Base is there to teach young black kids about their heritage.
It's funny. I don't know. Trying to decide if this is something I want to use or
If
not.
you want to learn about your heritage, you can't have someone speaking on a microphone telling you everything about it. You have to go to the places. You have to look at places where your heritage came from instead of looking at photos. You have to be there physically.
I don't think it's necessary. So let me see if I can come into B-roll here. Maybe start to be a little more organized. So these are like specifically selects from the DC trip I'd be grabbing now. Come in here, my DC trip folder is still selected. I'm gonna go to, I'm trying to remember what day it was we did the African American Museum of National History. I think it was day 3. Maybe it wasn't. Well, we did a lot of things. Actually, that would be prevalent, I think. This is just the regular Natural History Museum.
Mike?
We shall overcome because the arc of the moral universe is long, but it bends towards justice.
No can-do buckaroo.
He's being so polite.
Yeah, there's also all these shots of them in front of the MLK Memorial statue. That would be a good shot, I think.
You were good. You guys. Sorry.
Okay.
Yeah, you get the veins out.
You want to? You do the first one, and then I'll do the next. Okay.
Oh yeah. So what is the quote, and what are you?
Maybe stuff like this, you know, you're walking on the museum and you come to an actual something like this, maybe. Something like this, maybe. Okay, what day did we go to the actual fucking museum? Oh yeah, okay, it was this day.
What's 1770?
these are all good. I'm kind of just grabbing stuff that looks very usable. I think that's kind of cool. All right, I think that's some good stuff. Take another quick sip here. Another quick rip here. Let's get down. Let's fucking down, Wood. All right, so I'm in this DC trip folder. I think all of these are 24, so I don't think I need to slow anything down. I remember how stoked I was to have this camera. So this is the A7C II, which I just love. But it's nice I don't have to slow anything down. I can just kind of keep it at the frame rate it's at. And I'm going to try to just grab a few small snippets from here and just drag them into the timeline and see how it looks. Find a good clip from here. Maybe this. Maybe that. This is such a cool effect, how like the elevator that takes you down, you're literally going down in years. So the way it worked out is like the ground floor of this museum is actually like level 3. So there's like 2 or 3 sub levels to the ground floor, which is like represents the earliest part of African American history in America, which is obviously the slave trade. So crazy, like just how it was arranged. So you start from the bottom, work your way up, and it actually goes up to like pop culture and modern times and stuff. At the very top, there's like a really cool pop culture area. So you kind of feel the effect of it too, right? Like you're down in the basement kind of area. And I mean, you definitely feel like it's a progression, you know, as you're growing, and it just takes you through all the eras of African American history. I don't know. That might be. Maybe a short clip of that. Just a clip of them staring, and then cut to a clip of what they're looking at. Hopefully I got kind of a shot of that. Yeah, this is the stupid thing this camera was doing though with the vignette.
They turned the war over the Union.
Base is there to teach young black kids about their heritage.
Let me run this back to the beginning real quick and just try to get a feel for the edit again.
Once you're in base for a little bit, it starts to be like more of like a family thing. You get to know people. It's a community.
Just being around like a bunch of people like me really means a lot.
When we come together and we're helping support each other, that's gonna be the first part for changing everything, okay?
I get to go into a room and see people that look like me. I usually don't get to do that, and it's like a really empowering feeling.
Base is there to teach young black kids about their heritage.
Base helped me understand that my roots are important, and now I have like a whole second family who's like me. Base helped me understand that my roots are important, and now I have like a whole second family who's like me.
Once you're in base for a little bit, it starts to be like more of like a family thing. You get to know people. It's a community.
Just being around like a bunch of people like me really means a lot.
When we come together and we're helping support each other, that's gonna be the first part for changing everything, okay?
I get to go into a room and see people that look like me. I usually don't get to do that, and it's like a really empowering feeling.
Base is there to teach young black kids about their heritage.
understand that my roots are important, and now I have like a whole second family who's like me.
Okay, I'm just getting ideas, I want to pull something in as a placeholder here, so I'll go back to this. Milk, oops, nope. It was MLK. It might have been 2023. Yeah, it was right here at the end.
For racism.
It's time for everyone.
We have a vision.
We can no longer be numb to racism. We need our entire community to step up.
It's time to be loud and be vocal. Our standards should be a zero tolerance for racism.
It's time for everyone to feel empowered.
No longer shall we survive, we shall all thrive.
We are making our community commitment
To use our voices today and each day.
So that we can help right the wrongs.
Whether it's socially, economically, politically, or educationally,
Our futures must change for the better.
And get better and better.
Today and every day.
Damn. Oh, this is so fucking hard to watch. Oh God. Okay. Well, whatever. It's fine. I just wanted a few snippets of this, so we're gonna just. Oh wait, I need this whole thing. Drag it into B-roll. Now we do our selections. Just made the exact mistake I said not to do. In and out. Mark it. Grab this. Grab this. Grab this. Because I really just want like... I don't know, something like this. Like just... These should all be very quick cuts right here. Usually going to be B-roll, so they go on the top. Something in this MLK section towards the end. Right on there, I think. think end with the side shot. Okay, somewhere in here I have them all doing the pledge. It's probably not the best one they've ever done, but I'm just going to put it in here as kind of a placeholder.
Once you're in base for a little bit, it starts to be like more of like a family thing. You get to know people. It's a community.
I think something from Sabrina would be good right here. So maybe adult interviews, go back to my little nav here. Back to this year's hard drive and base, and I have the nope.
We're going to do that and hopefully raise some money for their own stuff. I was hoping to be able to do like a much bigger, more ambitious project with MC, and it's like they just, it's good for, they really do the,
you know, some that marketing
Yeah.
would work for you. How's your project going though? The Ukraine one, did you guys were able to?
yeah, it's that and hopefully raise some money for their own stuff. And just kind of band it together.
Well, come and write some checks. This committee might be protecting. I actually asked to be part of the committee. At the time, I was working at 911. Sometimes, as we've seen in the news and all over this country, that could me in the police and law enforcement, and in other places where I might need to call on the police and law enforcement. If I can feel better about that, the way that I show up in the community is going to be a whole lot different than if I live in fear or feel like the services that are available aren't accessible to me. And so, when we think about the work we do, it's not only for the folks in the community that give us a call, but honestly, I really do feel like it makes this community better for everyone. And why would you want that, right?
You literally already answered my next two questions.
Oh, what were they?
It was just what would you like the community to know about what you're doing, what the purpose is, like specifically a message for the community. I mean, you kind of touched on it just by saying like.
Oh, but there's more.
Yeah.
One of the things that I would love for our community to know is that there is a dedicated group of volunteers who are working for them every single day. We meet monthly with each other. We meet with our police chiefs and our county sheriff to try to problem solve. We meet outside of those meetings. We make phone calls for them. We show up in the places our community members need us to show up. And so when we think about
I gotta send up for a bit, chat.
You can trust us.
I'm gonna
we are members of this
adjust
community, so we
myself
too,
here.
like you, have a vested interest in the success not only of this committee and of this program and of BASE, but for each and every member of this community who needs a little bit more help to feel safe at home. And the group of people that meets so regularly to try to solve some of these issues, to provide support to community members, whether that is moral support, whether that is actually showing up with them in court so that they feel supported, to help them navigate aspects of the community and the law enforcement journey that they may be on. You don't have to have a problem with the police to call us. Maybe it's a problem in your own life with which you could use greater advocacy from the police, protection from other people using the services of the police. Oftentimes, African Americans, Black people have had a fear of our police, and they don't feel comfortable. We don't feel comfortable always picking up the phone and calling 911. Sometimes, as we've seen in the news and all over this country, that could be a death sentence. You just don't know. and being able to have a committee of people where we're not the police, but you can express what your issues are, what your problems are, and we can help to solve or resolve those for you by connecting you with law enforcement to be able to advocate for you on the front end, during, and after when needed, can really help to demystify and to help, we want community members to know we're out here doing this work every single day as volunteers.
Wow, okay. You blew it out of the water. I mean, is there anything else you'd like to say that I didn't really ask you about the committee? I mean, just in terms of what this is for, like overall, we're just trying to raise awareness for the committee. We want the community to know this exists. Want to highlight, the importance of the work.
Yeah.
I don't think so. I don't think so. I think really the only thing is maybe sometimes I think we wish people would call us more than they do. To know that we are a team, like we are members of this community.
Gotta stand every now and then.
It's not a committee of people halfway upstate or in Salem.
I'm just listening for quotes, pull quotes.
On a volunteer basis, just to make it safe and comfortable and to feel good to be home for all of us. It's not a committee of people halfway upstate or in Salem. This is people who live right here in the Rogue Valley who are doing this work on a volunteer basis, just to make it safe and comfortable and to feel good to be home for all of us. All those rights. If I benefit from it and I feel more comfortable in my own community, I feel like I can help people that were happening in the community. And it just felt like my background isn't necessarily criminal justice and law enforcement, but I certainly am community minded and just have a heart for it. And said, I'll do whatever is needed to be part of it. And just when you think about the possibility of being able to collaborate with your local law enforcement, especially for Black people who historically.
I gotta take a potty break real quick. I will be RB. We're back, chat. Gotta get some grub in real quick. Now that this caffeine is kicking in, gotta have some food in there to help absorb it. Put a focus back on.
Have had, or have believed they've had, a reason to fear law enforcement. To be able to actually have partnership, to have actual participation in partnership, not just a signed MOU, which we also have that, right? But to be able to do that with our chiefs of police and with, really put our heads together on how to solve some problems for our people. I just couldn't think of a better way, or anything more that you'd want to do. I saw that, think about wanting, if you're community minded, you want to make the place where you live better, not only for you and your family, but for all of the people who live there, right? When things get better for everyone, all boats rise. And if I can benefit from that, if people who look like me can, wanting, if you're community minded, you want to make the place where you live better, not only for you and your family, but for all of the people who live there, right? When things get better for everyone, all boats rise.
Kind of like this. It's a potential. I think I'll grab this. Just go and re-find it.
We've been so fortunate. Problems for our people. I just couldn't think of a better way, or anything more that you want to do. I saw that Base already in so many ways was making a really big difference in the community. And when you think about wanting, if you're community minded, you want to make the place where you live better, not only for you and your family, but for all of the people who live there, right? When things get better for everyone, all boats rise. And if I can benefit from that, if people who look like me can benefit from that by living in a community that feels safer, that is safer, where they have access to the people and the resources to keep them safe, why wouldn't you want to do that? It just is such a no-brainer.
Parts of that for sure. Let's grab that into I know I did this as youth select interviews, but
you want to make the place where you live better, not only for you and your family, but for all of the people who live there, right? When things get better for everyone, all boats rise. And if I can benefit from that, if people who look like me can benefit from that by living in a community that feels safer, that is safer, where they have access to the people and the resources to keep them safe, why wouldn't we want to do that? It just is such a no-brainer. Two?
Ask for a better answer. That's incredible. And I should have said this too, but whenever you're talking, you can try to look straight into the camera.
Oh, okay.
I'll try to
Okay.
stuff you
That's
like
fine.
still.
Yep.
That was awesome. So kind of, how does that connect to Base's overall mission?
Well, the mission of Base is, when it feels good, when it feels good to be home, right? When you can live in a place that feels safe, first and foremost, before working for, if you're thinking about like Maslow's needs, hierarchy of needs, safety first. And when it feels safe, when it feels good to be home, when it feels safe to be home, I think if we're starting there, everything else is a building block on top of that. But to be able to partner with our law enforcement, to be able to solve problems, to be able to help people, to gain the trust of our community. When we talk about it feeling good to be home, to know that our community members have trust in this group of people, where they can give us a call when so many people think that the work of this committee might be protecting our community members, our Black community members, from law enforcement. And in fact, more often, we are helping them navigate what their rights are, their access to police, their access to resources, understanding process, being able to connect them with officers, with our chiefs, to be able to demystify the law enforcement process, better understand and sort of decode their rights, so that sometimes they need protection from other people more so than the police. I'm not saying they don't. I don't know what individuals' experiences are, but what I do know is that I have even had to utilize the services of this committee, and being able to have access to pick up the phone and make a phone call to our county sheriff to better understand the remedies that were available to me, but for all of the people who live there, right? When things get better for everyone, all boats rise. And if I can benefit from that, if people who look like me can benefit from that by living in a community that feels safer, that is safer, where they have access to the people and the resources to keep them safe, why wouldn't we want to do that? It just is such a no-brainer.
Wow, okay. Couldn't have asked for a better answer. That's incredible. And I should have said this too, but whenever you're talking, you can try to look straight into the camera.
Oh, okay.
I'll try to
Okay.
so it feels like
That's
a
fine.
conversation still. But,
Yep.
That was awesome. So
Mhm.
kind of, yeah, how does that connect to BASE's overall mission?
Well, you know, the mission at BASE is, you know, when it feels good to be home, right? When you can live in a place that feels safe, first and foremost, before working for, if you're thinking about like Maslow's needs, you know, hierarchy of needs, safety first. And when it feels safe, you know, when it feels good to be home, when it feels safe to be minded, you want to make the place where you live better, not only for you and your family, but for all of the people be minded. You want to make the place where you live if you're community minded, you want to make the place where you live better, not only for you and your family, but for all of the people who live there, right? When things get better for everyone, all boats rise. The people who live there, right? When things get better for everyone, all boats rise. And if I can benefit from that, if people who look like me can benefit from that by living in a community that feels safer, that is safer, where they can benefit from that by, and if I can benefit from that, if people who look like that, if people who from that, if people who from that, if people who look like me, if people who look like me can benefit from that by living in a community that feels safer, that is safer, where they have access to the people and the resources to keep them safe, why wouldn't we want to do that? If you're community minded, you want to make the place where you live better, not only for you and your family, but for all of the people who live there, right? When community minded, you want to make the place where you live better, not only for you and your family, but for all of the people who live there, right? Live better, not only for you and your family, but for all of the people who live there, right? When things get better for everyone, all boats rise. And if I can benefit from that, if people who look like me can benefit from that by living in a community that feels safer, that is safer, where they have access for you and you.
Okay, try that maybe just by itself.
It's a community.
If you're community minded, you want to make the place where you live better, not only for you and your family, but for all of the people who live there.
Just being around like a bunch of people like me really means a lot.
When we come together and we're helping.
Once you're in base for a little bit, it starts to be like more of like a family thing. You get to know people. It's a community.
If you're community minded, you want to make the place where you live better, not only for you and your family, but for all of the people who live there.
Just being around like a bunch of people like me really means a lot.
When we come together and we're helping support each other, that's going to be the first part for changing everything, okay?
I get to go into a room and see people that look like me. I usually don't get to do that, and it's like a really empowering feeling.
BASE is there to teach young black kids about their heritage.
BASE helped me understand
understand that my roots are important, and now I have like a whole second family who's like me.
Once you're in base for a little bit, it starts to be like more of like a family thing. You get to know people. It's a community.
If you're community minded, you want to make the place where you live better, not only for you and your family, but for all of the people who live there. If you're community minded, you want to make the place where you live better, not only for you and your better, not only for you and your family, but for all of the people who live there.
Just being around like a bunch of people like me really means a lot.
When we come together and we're helping support each other, that's going to be the first part for changing everything, okay?
I get to go into a room and see people that look like me. I usually don't get to do that, and it's like a really empowering feeling.
Base is there to teach young black kids about their heritage.
Okay, so what I'm trying to figure out is if this is the right thing for this spot.
Once you're in base for a little bit, it starts to be like more of like a family thing. You get to know people. It's a community.
If you're community minded, you want to make the place where you live better, not only for you and your family, but for all of the people who live there.
No, I need something about belonging. Oh man, and this is the tough part.
Our black community members from law. We are helping.
Okay, where would that be?
To do.
Something like safety has to be first before we can focus on.
Yeah, I got you. I was a little stumbling. Yeah. So safety is the utmost importance. In order for a community to feel that they can thrive, that they feel like they belong, you have to have safety in all areas of community, whether it's the social fabric.
Voice. It loud.
So I'll have you start. So anytime. That's it. Just look at the camera. Okay. And I'll just go through it. So first, I'm just.
Let me know when you're ready. Does this leaning look bad? I'm just.
No, it's okay.
Okay.
Yeah, when you're ready.
My name is Kim McCandis. I am co-chair of our Racial Equity Liaison Committee. I think that this committee is important because, and I think it more so relates to the philosophy of BASE, where we're talking about thriving. We're talking about feeling good to come home. If if you're in a community or society where there is a gap, a negative gap between law enforcement and the black community, then it doesn't feel good to come home. And so with this committee, being able to have relationships built with the various police departments that we have here, with the chiefs, it allows us an opportunity to voice, to have a voice. It allows us an opportunity to be able to tell them how we feel, what we've gone through, generations even before. A lot of people will sit and say, this stuff doesn't happen here, or that was, our grandparents, our great-grandparents. It doesn't have anything to do with us, but it does. Things get passed down generationally, and you have issues that are shared with you where you're in fear of your life sometimes. So to be able to voice that with the chiefs is amazing, because then they take heed and they share that with their departments through training, through briefings, different things like that, and they also allow us an opportunity to come in with them and talk with them. So the officers, that is. So because without it, most people don't want to go home.
Very well said.
Because without it, most people are beneficial in bridging the gap between law enforcement and the community. Because without it, most people don't want to go home.
Experience in law enforcement, how bringing that to this committee, you don't have to necessarily explicitly say, like, I served in this.
In layman's terms to the community, but then I can also explain it in police terms to law enforcement. And it helps to create, or let me change that, it actually helps to kind of lower the apprehension that an officer would have as it relates to experience in both, just as of late, within just the last two, all aspects, and be able to talk, across the diaspora, so, if you will, and talk with law enforcement as well as the community. It just provides me an opportunity to kind of be an informed voice, as well as.
That's amazing. So yeah, kind of bouncing off that, what would you like the community to know about the work you all are doing? What would be your message to the community here?
I'd like the community to know that we are not silent. we refuse to bite our tongue, but we do believe in fostering positive relationships. We want to make sure that the community understands that we are attempting to bridge a gap. We can't do that by being the anti-police, because that's not what we are. It's not what we're about. We want law enforcement to understand that we are thankful for what they do, but we also want the community to know that we stand up for the issues that the community may have. But not to only focus on the negative. I also would like for the community to know that when the officers are doing great things, that they're being told that they're doing great things by our committee. Just recently, within the last few years, we have seen an uptick in diverse hiring with our different law enforcement agencies in the Valley. And I'm going to be honest, I'm not sure that I would have seen that before this committee. I've been living in this Valley for 18 years now, and I think up until about 2019, I can count on one hand the amount of officers of color that I've seen, and now we're to two hands. So that's progress. So I want the community to know that we hear you when you speak. We will do everything that we can within our capabilities to make sure that you're safe, that you're protected, and that you know that there is a group of people who is advocating for you. But then also to the police officers, we want them to know as well that we see you. We are thankful for the things that you're doing positively. However, we're not going to be silent for the things we see that are not positive. But we'll always, I feel like this, we'll never bring up an issue unless we thought about a solution. So we are solution-minded, we are solution-driven, and we want to see growth.
Man, you hit everything out of the park that I needed. Is there anything else you want to say? Like, that's literally everything I could possibly need. Is there anything else you want to say as it pertains to this? Just to give you kind of that drop. I think like I was saying before, this is just about us. Really, it's just a brief, like, quick little talk behind the scenes of people of that real work you've done, like inspirational compilation music, sort of. It's like, people should watch and be like, oh wow, this is a thing that's here and exists, and they have my back and feel emotionally kind of riled up and stuff. Yeah, I don't know if there's anything else, but you really got everything I could possibly want. So
I guess I'd just say that I'm thankful that I've had the opportunity to, or have the opportunity to be a part of this committee, and not just to be a part of it, but to be one of the leaders of this committee. I'm very thankful. I'm grateful to be able to be a voice. I'm grateful to be able to advocate for my people and for my community. And if it wasn't for BASE, even having this thought and idea of this committee to put this together, so huge kudos to Alex Watson and to Vance Beach for them having the vision and the mind to put together a committee like this so that we can do good for the community. So I am 100% grateful for the opportunity.
Okay, well, glad you're saying that. Thank you so much. That was
doing or aspect in all of those areas to ensure that there's inclusion, there's representation, and there's a feel of belonging. And so, for me, it's very simple. Misunderstanding each, and when I think about why this committee is so important. For me, it's looking back at our history, right? Our history kind of tells our story, and for a very long time, there has been issues, misunderstanding, harm, trauma that has been a part of our history and our current amongst Black community and policing. And so, for me, why this committee in particular is so important is because it sets itself up to be a proactive approach to a problem that we've seen across the nation. And so, we can either continue to protest and march, or we can set ourselves up to be in a position to act. And that's what this committee is. It's putting ourselves in a proactive position so that if something should go wrong, we are ready and prepared to have those conversations and to provide some solutions.
That's good. And that's a really good segue honestly to this, which is why, can you connect, how does this work tie into the mission of BASE overall?
Yeah, and the mission of BASE is to assist in building an inclusive community where Black individuals have the power or are empowered to succeed. And when we look at that, that involves everything, right? When you look at a community, it consists of the social fabric, the economic fabric, the political fabric, as well as the educational fabric, right? And so when we look at all of those things, we have to understand how can we ensure that we have a representative piece or aspect in all of those areas to ensure that there's inclusion, there's representation, and there's a feel of belonging. And so there's inclusion, there's representation, and there's a feel of belonging. Seed. And when we look at that, that involves everything, right? When you look at a community, it consists of the social fabric, the economic fabric, the political fabric, as well as the educational fabric, right? And so when we look at all of those things, we have to understand how can we ensure that we have a representative piece or aspect in all of those areas to ensure that there is inclusion, there's representation, and there's a feel of belonging. The social fabric, and when we look at that,
I don't know what was going on here. Hopefully
Your family?
that involves everything, right? When you look at a community, it consists
of
department's a little credit here, because
okay, if this doesn't work, then this fucking feature is bugged and broken, because this should be like the easiest one to align out of all of them. Audio recordings were solid. There's literally no... What the hell, dude? Oh, man. So you're telling me I didn't start recording early enough on this? Part of me kind of remembers that. I kind of remember that now that I think about it. I didn't actually start recording the audio until the very end.
Position to be prepared for that. For me, that involves everything, right? When you look at a community, it consists of
Dude, of course, bro. Oh my god.
the social fabric, that involves everything, right? When you look at a community, it consists of the social fabric, the economic fabric, the political fabric, as well as the educational fabric, right? And so when we look at all of those things, we have to understand how can we ensure that we have a representative piece. We have to understand how can we ensure that we have a representative piece or aspect in all of those areas to ensure that there is inclusion, there's representation, and there's a feel of belonging. Feel feel of belonging, to ensure that there is inclusion, there is representation, and there's a felt of and there's a how can we ensure that we have a representative piece or aspect in all of those areas to ensure that there is inclusion, there is representation, and there's a feel of belonging. We have to understand how can we ensure that we have a representative piece or aspect in all of those areas to ensure that that involves everything, right? When you look at a community, it considers everything, right? When you look at a community, it consists of the social fabric, the economic fabric, consists of the economic fabric, the political fabric, as well as the educational fabric, right? And so when we look at all of those things, the educational fabric, right? Fabric. How can we ensure that we have a representative piece or aspect in all of those areas to ensure that there is inclusion, there is representation, and there's a feel of belonging? The economic fabric, the political fabric, as well as the educational fabric, right? And so when you look at a community, it consists of the economic fabric, the political fabric, as well as the educational fabric, right? And so when we look at all of those things, we have to understand how can we ensure that we have a representative piece or aspect in all of those areas to ensure that there is economic fabric, the political fabric. When you look at a community, it consists of how can we ensure that we have a representative piece or aspect in all of those areas to ensure that there is inclusion, piece or aspect in all of those areas to ensure that there is inclusion, there is representation, and there's a feel of belonging. When you look at a community, it consists of the economic fabric, the political fabric, as well as the educational fabric. How can we ensure that we have a representative piece or aspect in all of those areas to ensure that there is inclusion, there is representation, and there's a feel of belonging? When you look at a community, it consists of the economic fabric, the political fabric, as well as the educational fabric. How can we ensure that we have a representative piece or have a representative piece, ensure that we have a representative ensure that we have a representative piece or aspect in all of those areas to ensure that there is inclusion, there is representation, and there's a feel of belonging.
Oh man, dude. I just don't. Come on, man. Let me have it. Let me have it. Let me have it.
Thoughts on the event and of base?
And I've never seen a community of black people come together to support each other ever in my life. And I also believe that it's brought an awareness for other people in the community which is a huge asset for what our focus is to get black children to have self-esteem and have a self of worth. And it doesn't only take the black community, but it takes the rest of the community to recognize the worth of our students. And I cannot tell you what Southern Oregon has done to reinstill my beliefs in children and people in general of love and forgiveness and giving.
One quick little question too. I know obviously you could probably talk all day about it, but I guess just this. What is it about? What is your experience and your background? What are your good takes about that?
Well, I am the son of a mother who's black and a father who's German. And my father took me out of Philadelphia, Pennsylvania when I was about 4 years old for the riots, and I ended up moving to Ketchikan, Alaska. And I spent most of my life in Ketchikan, Alaska and Oregon in totally white communities. And I didn't even know that this many black people existed in Southern Oregon. And to know that there's a community actually here that we just had to search out was the greatest thing for me. And I want to give that back to the students that I teach so that they don't have to. A community actually here that we just had to search out was the greatest thing for me. And I want to give that back to the students that I teach so that they don't have to go through some of the things that I went through as a child. A community actually here that we just had to search out was the greatest thing for me. And I want to give that back to the students that I teach so that they don't have to go through some of the things that I went through as a child. His knowledge of the past is just gives towards the event was marvelous. I cannot believe the turnout. I cannot believe the support that this community gives towards our black students. The commitment that Vance has made and his knowledge of the past is just unbelievable. And the gift that he has to bring the community together is amazing. This community is, I've lived here for over 30 years. I'm a retired educator, and I've never seen a community of black people come together to support each other ever in my life. And I also believe that it's brought an awareness for other people in the community, which is a huge asset for what our focus is to get black children to have self-esteem and to support each other ever in my life. And I also believe that it's brought an awareness for other people in the community of black people come together to support each other ever in my life. And I've never seen an educator, and I've never seen a community of black people come together to support each other ever in my life. And I've never seen a community is unbelievable, and the gift that he has to bring the community together is amazing. This community is, I've lived here for over 30 years. For over 30 community is
God damn it.
This community is, I've lived here for over 30 years. I'm a retired educator, and I've never seen a community of black people come together to support each other ever in my life. This community is, I've lived here for over 30 years. I'm a retired educator, and I've never seen a community of black people come together to support each other ever in my life. This community is, I've lived here for over 30 years. I'm a retired educator, and I've never seen a community of black people come together to support each other ever in my life. This community is, I've lived here for over 30 years. I'm a retired educator, and I've never seen a community of black people come together to support each other ever in my life. This community is, I've lived here for over 30 years. I'm a retired educator, and I've never seen a community of black people come together to support each other ever in my life.
When you look at a community, it consists of the economic fabric, the political fabric, as well as the educational fabric. How can we ensure that we have a representative piece or aspect in all of those areas to ensure that
I've lived here for over 30 years. I'm a retired educator, and I've never seen a community of black people come together to support each other ever in my life.
Oh, grrr. I don't know if any of that's what I want. And this is just how long it can take to find these clips sometimes. I mean, goddamn.
That are community focused, that they all kind of are woven together and they all sort of support each other.
I love that. Yeah, and what's your kind of hope for the community to take away from this, the work you guys are doing? What do you hope that you learn and take away?
Well, I hope that there are better relations between minorities and police forces, not only here in Southern Oregon, but also across the United States. I hope going forward that police forces can culturally police better.
That's actually, can you actually kind of expand real quick on that? Like, because I think this is actually like a model. I don't know if you, maybe you don't tell me this actually, like this is like a first of its kind of model in the nation. And you said you went to Spain. Can you just say some kind of sense around that? Like this is either first of its kind or this is like a...
Yeah, I grew up in Las Vegas and I feel like that's a more diversified community, and I'd never even heard of anything like this racial liaison committee. I feel like if other cities, especially bigger ones with more diverse populaces, can sort of take a look at that, they can apply that template, that model to their situations, and it can also bridge the gap.
That's amazing, man. Last thing, what was your kind of emotional compulsion to want to do this?
Social justice has always been my heart. It's my number one focus in life. I don't a day job that sort of is geared towards that, but I live, eat, and breathe social justice. I want equality and equity all across the board, diversity and inclusion. These are always topics that have been very, very important to me.
Wow. I don't have anything else, man. Is there anything else you want to say? I mean, that was perfect.
The police liaison committee, they're like my family. I love you guys. I love meeting with them every month, whether it's Zoom or in person. And going forward, I'm going into my third year of being on this committee, and in the long run, I definitely want to step up my responsibility and take more of a hands-on approach to our work.
Look at that first half is. So yeah, I mean, the first one is just why is this important? Why is having a committee like this important?
Well, I feel like the Racial Equity Liaison Committee is very important as it sort of fosters dialogue between the African American community and the police forces. I feel like if we do a historical review of why the police were created in the first place, and up until now, the African American community has kind of viewed the police as an adversary, and I feel like something like this is necessary to bridge that gap to have better relations with the police.
Awesome. That's perfect. So I'll have concise those too. How does this work tie into BASE's overall mission?
I feel like BASE is BASE. The liaison committee is under the umbrella of BASE, and I feel like under the umbrella of BASE, there's so many different programs that are community focused that they all kind of are woven together and they all sort of support each other.
I love that. Yeah, and what's your kind of hope for the community to take away from this, the work you guys are doing? What do you hope?
George Floyd, our local law enforcement engages with our black community and the community of color for that purpose. And so it's been really warming to see that instead of putting a knee on someone's neck, they're engaging with them collegially instead of aggressively or abrasively.
Wow, I actually haven't put that video so far, but that's okay. Glad you got that. So how does this work tie into BASE's overall umbrella mission? How does this connect to BASE? How do you want to say that?
I feel that this committee supports the overall mission of BASE by providing and really instilling a safe community. We've had moments in the Southern Oregon history where, for myself included, where we were profiled. And it's not that it's zero profiles today, but the percentages of incidences are less based off a profile versus an actual incident that needed attention. And when that attention is provided, all of our youth to our adults have been more safe than more afraid of life, because as we've had the opportunity to talk with our law enforcement and engage with them about the genetic PTSD that there is within our own DNA that is based off of decades and generations of strife with law enforcement and general community. We're now, by connecting with our law enforcement, we're now able to provide or instill the reason why we're engaging, which is for a safe community.
Yeah.
Fundraising event.
check. Wildland firefighter Brian Hakeem Simpson dedicated his life to protecting our communities. But today, he's not fighting fires. He's fighting for his freedom.
That's right, I remember that now. Exports. Okay, 2025.
How that works, parent involvement and volunteering, which is essential to what we do here, and then of course to make sure that everyone has registered, got the registration in. It's a link that is sent to the majority of folks. If you didn't get the link, we have the link here. Just make sure you get registered. Let me open up some Q&A. I hope we can just move quickly. After we get done here, we will have the opening up of the barbecue food here. Make sure you get your wristbands and you can go in there and eat up. All right, so get started. People in history, and so. You'll see Base always has a Juneteenth celebration. It's really big here in Medford. We always do a Kwanzaa celebration. We do an MLK celebration. We do Black History Month. We even do Malcolm X. And so the kids and youth, part of our classes and different things that we...
Messiah, I promise you will hear wonderful...
If there are concerns, please bring them to us. We have went into schools, we have helped talk to principals, we've talked to teachers, we've talked to counselors. Also, as a part of BASE, because we have so many different programs and services, collaborations, it comes with a variety of different resources as well. So, you could be going through something, and it may not be something in this program that could fit. It doesn't mean that we don't know somebody that we can connect you to that can help service you and help support you. We have a lot of collaborating partners, we have a lot of resources. So, if there's anything that is an obstacle or becoming a struggle or that you're dealing with, let us know. There's people, there's places, there's organizations, there's individuals. We can. So there's a lot of stuff that we can do to help you, okay? So let us know. Okay, youth pledge, I talked a lot about this. Many of you, because I recognize a lot of different faces, you know the youth. Variety of different classes here set up. These are kind of stations of BASE. These are all different organizations and professionals in their own right. And they are basically working on behalf of BASE to help support your youth. Again, before every class, we always do our pledge. Just to get us started, which I'll talk a little bit about in a second. For a lot of fun, we usually always have dinner. We will always have dinner, so parents will take care of that. It will be Saturday, 5:30, after school, after hours. Celebrations. It's basically a platform. On classes, whatever it is, it's always there in your email, so you should be able to check. If you ever have a question, you can always email us. We'll get back to you. By the way, us is, let me say who us is. I'm Vance, but this is Jessica Friedman. She is our communications person, VP of Communications, is that the title? She does all of our newsletters, collaborations with organizations. She's been with me since day one. She's amazing, great person, love her so much. And then, of course, we have Doris Johnson. She is our programs assistant. You will see her about everywhere we go. We communicate. We communicate all the time. Everything is sent out. And so, New Orleans, Africa, we have a lot of things in mind. But to go on those annual trips, commitment, development, attendance, participation, talking with some of the classes, those are all going to weigh into who's selected, because we have, I think, 160 kids that were registered just last year. So we took 20 on the trip to DC, okay? And so we want to make sure that the kids that are going are kids that are really involved. Okay, that's really important to us. We want to appreciate you, but we also want to celebrate you. Every one of you thrive here. So New Experiences Empowerment will be a lot of the design of the different classes, workshops, and even field trips that we do. The basis around what we do is that culture and history. There'll be a lot. We want...
Okay, I'm going to go to B-roll here because I like some of these shots that could be slowed down and used. The content of what he's saying, though, I don't think there's going to be anything usable for what I'm looking for, which is still that second shot of, you know...
Try, because a lot of the times kids, they find what they...
I think that's good to pull that into the old B-roll category. Juneteenth, there's a potential, but the audio is not going to be any good. I'm just going through my mental checklist of places where I might have an interview with him or somebody involved with bass where they talk about the sense of belonging, or something similar, related. But nothing is really this is what I'm in right now. Police, Portland, say hey, sanctuary. Maybe maybe it's the real grinder here. Okay, maybe I got rid of everything bass related. I think I got it all off of this hard drive. Looks like it. Okay, so technically I don't need this plugged in, right? Unless I have something stupid in here. I don't think so. Okay, well, that's good. So let's just go to this one, bass. Art show. Possible. I did film him talking at one point here.
Follows this one.
Audit.
And then to Vance, this collaboration is just becoming bigger and better each time, and we're certainly enjoying it. I also just want to say that these youth put in a lot of work to do this art, and this is really an expression.
Yeah, no. Camping trip. No. Possible I got something here. Pretty sure I've listened to Vance's whole interview. Damn, where is that even? Okay, so this is actually not the proper Gala fundraiser 2026. But it wasn't this. God damn, dude, this is just a fuck and a half, isn't it? AV footage.
because it was.
Because I'm gonna.
My white friends were the funniest. I remember vividly so many of them saying, "You know, Vance, white people don't look good in white." You tried black? It was good. It was good. But you all look so good tonight. Y'all pulled it off. Y'all pulled it off. It's real nice. So, ideas. I want to address everybody in this room. Influencers, leaders, organizations, supporters, everybody. I want you to know it is 100% okay to not believe in someone else's idea. However, I would encourage you to never discourage somebody from their ideas. I remember telling my kids literally just a couple days ago, one of the most important things you can do in this world is to believe in yourself. You may not have technical ability, but you gotta believe in yourself. Because you never know what that idea might turn into. I remember when bass was just an idea 7 years ago. You know how many looks I got from folks in Southern Oregon about, I'm gonna build a black community out in Southern Oregon, and we're gonna have representation politically, educationally, socially, economically, we're gonna be thriving. Really? Ideas. When it became a wild spark, it was at a moment, again, 7 years ago, when I was at the Black Youth Leadership Summit that just happened not too long ago here at Southern Oregon University. It's an opportunity for youth all across the Rogue Valley to basically get an opportunity to be in a workshop, classes, see people that look like them, peers that look like them, teachers and professionals that look like them. And it was at that youth summit where 2 youth said something so critically profound. One of them said, "I've never felt so included in this community before." The other one said, "I have never seen representation of black people in this way." That hit home. That stuck with me. Because it wasn't just about them, it became about all of us. It became about the countless youth, adults, and families who needed a space where they could feel that same sense of belonging. And now, you're here.
Motherfucker, dude. This is the problem with... This is the problem with this stuff.
Louder, dream bigger, where they could feel that same sense of belonging. And now, you're here. What's up, man? It just happened not too long ago here at Southern Oregon University. It's an opportunity for youth all across the Rogue Valley to basically get an opportunity to be in a workshop, classes, see people that look like them, peers that look like them, teachers and professionals that look like them. And it was at that youth summit where 2 youth said something so critical to me that I never forgot. One of them said, "I've never felt so included in this community before." The other one said, "I have never seen representation of black people in this way." That hit home. That stuck with me. Because it wasn't just about them, it became about all of us. It became about the countless youth, adults, and families who needed a space where they could feel that same sense of belonging.
Okay. So now we go to edit. We're in B-roll. We go to this where I thought I just fucking grabbed it. What are we doing?
When it became a wild spark, it was included in this community before. The other one said, "I have never seen representation of black people in this way." That hit home. That stuck with me. Because it wasn't just about them, it became about all of us. It became about the countless youth, adults, and families who needed a space where they could feel that same sense of belonging. And now, you're here. Here we are. Our first bass gala. A white party like Southern Oregon has never seen before. But more importantly, this night represents how far we've come. Bass has grown from that spark into a movement. We've impacted hundreds of black youth, adults, and families. People who now walk taller, speak louder, dream bigger, because they know they belong. black youth in school. Network with professionals. Dream bigger because they know they belong. Representation of black people in this way. But more importantly, this night represents how far we've come. Base has grown from that spark into a movement. We've impacted hundreds of black youth, adults, and families. People who now walk taller. We've impacted hundreds of black youth, adults, and families. People who now walk taller, speak louder, dream bigger, because they know they belong. We've impacted.
And what I was going to look at is if I have an alternate angle of this in the old, where I just was. Footage from, if I go all the way down, somewhere around here was him.
Spark. It was at a moment, again, 7 years ago, when Black Youth Leadership Summit. And it just happened not too long ago here at Southern University. It's an opportunity for youth all across the Rogue Valley, basically an opportunity to be in a workshop, classes, see peers that look like them, teachers, professionals that look like them. And it was at that youth summit. And two youth said something so critical to me that I never forgot. One of them said, when it became a wild spark, it was at a moment, again, this is about all of us. This is about every parent, every volunteer, every donor, every supporter in this room. You are the reason Black youth in Southern Oregon can stand on stages and perform with pride. You are the reason they can build robots, tour colleges, network with professionals who look like them, and celebrate our culture out loud and unapologetically. You're the reason they can paint murals that say, I am here, I am black, I am beautiful, I am proud, and I am phenomenal. Because, you know, I do what show love. Make sure our young people, young folk, know their history. Right. Encouraging them to vote. Because I have been cheers. It's only just so many times I can't remember. But I got to be an expert in closure. And when I came to Southern Oregon, I will never forget in Walgreens. We were at the counter together. Then it clicked. She said, "You." I said, "You mean Oregon? And why here?" She said, "Well, there's not many of your kind here." Oh. A little surprise because we gotta do something like that. We got one more award for somebody special. Let's keep it.
There are people in this world who don't just show up when it's easy.
A little surprise.
do some shit real quick. Okay. All right, so back to this, back to the timeline, back to this. I'm gonna just copy this into main, see if we finally have something that will work here. I don't think that's the right clip for this spot. I'm gonna just get rid of this because I don't think I'm gonna use any of that. Probably same with
because
this. Don't need to use up all that space. I think, yeah, so we're gonna actually paste this right here. Oh shit, yeah, see, this is exactly what I was worried about. This needs to be like...
We've impacted hundreds of black youth, adults, and families. People who now walk taller, speak louder, dream bigger, because they know they belong.
Once you're in base for a little bit, it starts to be like more of like a family thing. You get to know people. It's a community.
We've impacted hundreds of black youth, adults, and families. People who now walk taller, adults and families. People who now walk, people who now walk taller, speak louder, who now walk taller. Who now walk taller, dream bigger, because they know they belong.
It's a community.
We've impacted hundreds of black youth, adults, and families who now walk taller, dream bigger, because they know they belong. Because they know they belong.
just being around like a bunch of people like me really means a lot.
When we come together and we're helping support each other, that's gonna be the first part for changing everything, okay?
I get to go into a room and see people that look like me. I usually don't get to do that, and it's like a really empowering feeling.
BASE is there to teach young black kids about their heritage.
I get to go into a room and see people that look like me. I usually don't get to do that, and it's like a really empowering feeling.
BASE helped me understand that my roots are important
And now I have like a whole second family who's like me.
If you're community minded, if you're community minded, you want to make the place where you live better, not only for you and your family, but for all of the people who live here.
I actually love your products. I love your energy. The fact that we get one spot where enough of us show up that people, oh, you have businesses I actually want to support. Oh my goodness, I actually love your products. I love your energy. It's an opportunity to be in legitimate community. Businesses that we don't know about, that we get to now support, that we get to patronize, and we get to just have fun. It's an opportunity to be in legitimate community. Businesses that we don't know about, that we get to now support, that we get to patronize, and we get to just have fun.
But for all of the people who live here.
It's an opportunity to be in legitimate community. Businesses that we don't know about, that we get to now support, that we get to patronize, and we get to just have fun.
Once you're in base for a little bit, it starts to be like more of like a family thing. You get to know people. It's a community.
We've impacted hundreds of black youth, adults, and families who now walk taller, dream bigger, because they know they belong.
Just being around like a bunch of people like me really means a lot.
When we come together and we're helping support each other, that's going to be the first part for changing everything, okay?
I get to go into a room and see people that look like me. I usually don't get to do that, and it's like a really empowering feeling.
This helped me understand that my roots are important, and now I have like a whole second family who's like me.
If you're community, you want to make the place where you live better, not only for you and your family, but for all of the people who live here.
It's an opportunity to be in legitimate community. Businesses that we don't know about, that we get to now support, that we get to patronize, and we get to just have fun.
times kids. So it's all about empowerment. We want to make sure annual trip celebrations can attest to it. That have been on field trips, that have come on some of our that you stay committed and just give things a try. You know, give things a try, because a lot of times kids
know they belong.
Just being around like a bunch of people like me really means a lot.
When we come together and we're helping support each other, that's gonna be the first part for changing everything, okay?
I get to go.
Just being around like a bunch of people like me really means a lot.
When we come together and we're helping support each other, that's gonna be the first part for changing everything, okay? For changing everything, okay?
I get to go into a room and see people that look like me. I usually don't get to do that, and it's like a really empowering feeling.
Base helped me understand that my roots are important, and now I have like a whole second family who's like me.
If your community, you want to make
No, I have something better for that.
It's an opportunity in legitimate community. Businesses that we don't know about, that we get to now support, that we get to patronize, and we get to just have fun.
if you're community minded, you want to make the place where you live better, not only for you and your family, but for all of the people who live there.
So this is where I want to go back to that MLK section. Or actually, no, I want to go back to the... Screen's gone missing. All right, I'm 400 milligrams in, boys. We are cooking with gas, as they say. Take this out of here. Take this out of here. Okay, what am I looking for? MLK 2023, was it that year? Which one is this?
I don't know, because I'm and now period of change. And Dr. King, they need me here. And Dr. King would say, yeah, Craig, they certainly do need you there. And I can see the progress that's being made in Southern Oregon.
I liked this video so much.
For a future where we look out.
Of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. are still being applied and followed today. We're also honored to hear from Dr. Geneva Craig. Dr. Craig is an educator, a nurse, and more importantly, a lifelong activist, and one who was directly connected with Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. in Selma, Alabama. We urge every single person as you watch this video to think about, are you following the teachings of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr.? And what do you plan to do next?
Hello everyone, my name is Dr. Geneva Craig. I obtained my first nursing degree way back in the 70s, because I'm not going to tell you my age. I had promised my mother that I would be continually learning. Now that's about my educational journey. Part of it, because we haven't talked about before, those years before, the struggles that I had to go through.
It's much easier to integrate a lunch counter than it is to guarantee an annual income, for instance, to get rid of poverty for Negroes and all poor people. It's much easier to integrate a bus than it is to make genuine integration a reality and quality education a reality in our schools.
How would you describe Dr. King, Martin Luther King, or his work?
I mean, at the end of the day, he just wanted a world where everybody's doing their thing peacefully. There's no hate, and everybody's just fighting. He would just hate to be living right now.
But I feel like Martin Luther King was more like he showed us that we could, basically. That it ain't just because you black, I mean you can't. You feel me? So that's how I look at it.
Yeah. What that man did for the black community and the legislation he got passed through, we wouldn't be where we are today without his great efforts. And we are here. You're here talking to me because of Dr. King, right? Because of the work he did.
My feeling is that Dr. Martin Luther King is one of the greatest individuals that's ever lived.
Freedom is never voluntarily given by the oppressor. It must be demanded by the oppressed. What does this mean to you?
People are largely self-referential. If you have a system that's working for you, you might not think about the fact that it doesn't work for someone else.
I know about Emmett Till. I'm learning about some of my family history. Oh, I was PO'd by the time I was a teenager. Very angry and generalizing. That's what I caution people against today. Don't generalize. It can get you in a lot of trouble. But I generalized against whites. Look at the signs. What are they telling me? I am not worthy. And my friends who were angry also, we were like, what can we do? Because of course the old people are not doing nothing we see.
But by the time we had come up with a plan of doing our own march, Dr. King's disciples had descended upon Selma, Alabama. We learned that the best way to go about this, non-violence. He gave the message, the lessons to be taught to us, to the people we called his disciples. He had made sure that they knew his teachings. The teachings that he wrote in this book. Why we can't wait. There's so many things that a person or groups of people can do other than getting guns. The way is, as Dr. King outlined, you make a plan and you make sure that you get a good education so that you can use what has been created by this world to make changes.
Because you're going to be the ones that carry on the work. In fact, in this book, you'll find them talk about something called the Children's March. And that is all about kids your age coming together and making a difference. Going to jail. Kids as young as 4 years old went to jail so that they could make a difference and make things right for people like you now.
Can you describe what that man meant, what he means, what his ideology meant?
Black equality. Equality, period.
He probably would be in he probably would just be like, all this work, and it just seems like instead of going forward, we're going backwards. So I feel like he probably would be like, we have lots of work to do. We need people to be aware of like their own like faults, you know, their own prejudices, biases, and we just all need to like come together and like make this change because, you know, one person can't do it on their own.
If he came back to see so hard what he worked for, how it's a mock, it's a laughing stock. I don't know, maybe I need to be open, more minded, or I don't know, because I'm not gonna say I'm right, I'm not gonna say I'm wrong, but it's not just by Caucasian people, it's by my own people too, you get what I'm saying? And they the ones that go the hardest because they feel that they have to show out in front of this person to prove something, and that's sad.
I was told my place so many times on my trek to getting my nursing degree. I lost count. People telling me, and I know you know your place. And in my mind, I'm going, and where is that? Dr. King, like he said, we've waited 300 years since we've been freed. And look at us now. We have to beg for jobs. We have to live in shanties. We don't have enough good food to eat. When is the right time? Have we waited long enough? And he could feel the tension boiling over. The riots that happened around the country. Yeah, the time was right then, and the time is right now. We're just dealing with different players.
The culture of that is starting to change. You know, some white body people are really, they're feeling the outrage.
Just literally sitting here admiring my past work and not actually finding anything. I am kind of listening to her from quotes because I want to pull something from that at some point for sure. But what I really need to be doing is finding a section from a different project, which is this one.
He will be missed, and that we will never recuperate from the death of one of the greatest men who proposed nonviolence in our time. This seems like a wonderful opportunity to memorialize Dr. King.
The Black Alliance for Social Empowerment is all about building community.
God damn, I'm like, why did I not color grade these shots? That's crazy. Oh, because
this feel like home.
In a real sense, we all
caught in an inescapable network of mutuality.
I'm proud that we've come around to be able to celebrate some things together, to celebrate who we are.
I think there are certain unique things within any culture that can really lift the whole culture. It seems to me that integration at its best is the opportunity to participate in the beauty of diversity.
BASE, through its organization of events and community outreach, has been able to bring together the individuals in our community so that we see we're not the only ones.
I can never be what I ought to be until you are what you ought to be. And you can never be what you ought to be until I am what I ought to be.
And we love the fact that we're here, and we want to facilitate conversations and dialogue and community in a very real way, right?
BASE is a wonderful organization that focuses on community.
We must all learn to live together as brothers, or we will all perish together as food.
This is what I was looking for. Yeah, and it sounds like I end every video that way. Okay, so I'm not going to pull this in because, as you can tell, there's music in the background behind it, so I don't, I can't really use that. So, but what this tells me is, okay, this MLK 2024 video, which would have been technically from 2 years ago at this point, that is the file I need to go find to copy the timeline, like what I did with this one, or with these other ones. So I'm going to go find that real quick because I want to get some of those King pull quotes into this project. So first of all, let me see if it's here. I scroll down. Here it is. I'm going to double click to open this, upgrade the project version because it's going to be older, and it might make me relink some of this footage. Sometimes it does that. But a lot of times, if I'm lucky, it'll just work. But it looks like tonight is not one of those times. So we're just going to hit relink, locate. Looks like a lot of this stuff was in this. And I'm going to guess it's in a folder called MLK 2024. Let's look through that. And then if it's not in there, there's another spot it could be in. Okay, so it's not going to be in this whole clip. It's going to be all throughout this thing. This is the thing about doing these kind of archival projects is I pull footage from all over the place. So I have to, anytime I go back, I have to like redo it, relink everything, so to speak, which is just what adds to the time commitment for these projects, unfortunately. And then we just got to search through these folders. Should be any time now. Yeah, so because I renamed a folder and moved things around organizationally, it's going to make it so that everything is now unlinked. And typically I set these up in such a way where I shouldn't have to go back and revisit these things. But now I'm recognizing the importance of doing all this because, yeah, if you don't relink your footage and kind of organize everything in the best way, you're always going to have stuff that's just showing up as offline like this every time you go back to reorganize something. So all this stuff, not exactly sure where it's going to be, maybe in here. I'm going to try this. Just searching this entire base folder. If I click on a specific clip, it will show me the path, but sometimes the path it shows you is the cloud account, which is not what you want. Yeah, a lot of this stuff is going to be, yeah, it might be in the cloud. Like it might be linking to proxies or other like temporary locations, because if you set it up where it saves the project media in two places, yeah, it can end up being on the cloud or in the cloud instead of linked to a place in the cloud rather than to your local hard drive. Let it do its thing, see if it finds anything. Okay. Taking a little bit longer than I'd normally like here. Less than ideal. Let's see if it found anything in that time. Spinning wheel of doom. Let's go. Brother, now we're just stuck in cancel land. Nothing happening. This is wild. Have to do a force quit here? Like, what do we... I don't want to have to do that. But sometimes you must do what's necessary. Okay, we're gonna try this again. Open it up. This is just standard technology failure. Just average everyday stuff. Bring this back up here, see what we get. What I'm really looking forward to, so I have a project that I'm really looking forward to editing. It's a scripted, like, narrative kind of PSA set of commercials. So there's, well, they're kind of commercials. They're like a couple minutes long, but really looking forward to editing those, because it's obviously a much different kind of process when you get to edit something with a script and you're going through and finding best takes of specific things and cutting things together in such a way to get that message across. So really looking forward to getting to that. I have to finish and prioritize this project first. Reopen this MLK 2024 project, because what I really want to do is just export the timeline. And I guess actually I could do that without having to sync the media. I could do that once I copy it into the other one, but I just figure I might as well link it now so that it's linked if I ever need to open this project by itself again. But we'll see what happens. So I guess let's try export timeline. Okay, so base brand anthem timelines. Okay, yeah, let's just try importing the timeline into what I'm calling the base hype video. Open that, close that. And then I have a folder here for timelines. So when you input a timeline into Resolve, it put it into its own bin, because it'll, when you import a timeline, it actually just automatically imports all of that footage as well in like the same folder as the timeline. There might be a way to set it up where it doesn't do it that way, but for now I'm just creating a folder for every video that I pull in, and this will be where I do it. So I'm just gonna literally go and grab this base. I must have done it in this one, base, brand anthem video, timelines. And it's going to take a second because all of that footage it's going to import as well. Cancel. So for this, I'm just going to go to, well, actually, I'm just going to right click one of these, reveal in Finder, and then it'll give me the path. So this is where it was. MLK project assorted base. So I know obviously volumes is like universal. That's your computer storage. That's where it's telling you it is. This Extreme SSD I know is an external drive. So I know that once I finish editing a project, I take all the footage off and put it on my long-term storage. So that's why this can't find anything, because this is used to referencing all the stuff on this external hard drive. I actually still do have plugged in, but this folder, base and MLK project, is no longer on there. So what I have to go find is the folder called MLK project, and then hopefully it has a folder called assorted base footage. Hopefully I didn't change the structure too much, but thinking about where that is, I'm guessing it's for this. So we're gonna go to 2021. So it wouldn't be here, it would be here, base, should say MLK project. Okay, it's not here, it's in this one. MLK 2024 is where it should be. It's 2025. Okay, we already ruled out that. Okay, so it looks like we should have found it, hopefully. I think I got it into, there we go. So these two I'm just going to kind of ignore for now because I don't think those are part of this specific timeline. I think those are something else in this broader project that I'm looking for. But here's the gold when you see colored in clips like this, because this is all the raw just clips from this whole edit. So wow, I get to go back and kind of see my handiwork from a previous project. But what I'm looking for, hopefully I color coded these. So it sounds like the yellow ones are community members talking. So I'm guessing that these are going to be clips of MLK. No, that's that. So let's just see if we can hear MLK talking. Oh yeah, here it is. So these all sound good. I think I found some good clips of him for this. So I'm going to start with this. Command C. It sounds like this is the effect for that. Come over here. Paste it. Right away, I'm just going to see if this audio, I think, fits with the vibe of this video with this kind of new music. Network of mutuality. I don't know if that's the most potent quote of all of them. So there was a couple other ones here. I don't know. That one really hits with me. It could be this whole thing. Let's see how much time this takes up. Oops. See, this is why I don't fuck around with things that I don't understand. Okay. Oh, whoa, whoa, whoa. What's going on? Why are we doing this? Why are these not linked together? Okay. And so the other timeline I'm going to want is one of from a different year from MLK where he talks about where we had like a voiceover. So that'd be MLK 2025. So now I'm going to go in actually and open that because we had a voiceover from that I really want to use. And again, I can't go and just grab a snippet from the raw audio because, or from the like exported video because it, has music in the background and I need to be able to isolate just the voice. So if I scroll through here, I think I have something. Okay, yeah. So this one I'm also going to want. Let's do this first. Upgrade the project version, of course. Open up a new project here. This is probably going to hate me, this whole project here, just because it's so disorganized, but, you know, whatever. So, yeah, once again, a lot of red. So I'm going to just hit File and export this timeline. You can see I did the same thing here. So now the overall project we're in is called MLK 2025. And from that, I did the same thing where I pulled clips from previous edits to kind of pull into this one. So now I'm going to do the same thing I just did, File, Export, Timeline. And obviously not going to call it this. I'm going to call it MLK 2025. And export it into a Timelines folder I have within this overall big base video I'm making folder. So now I can go back to the home. And actually, while I'm here, I'm going to look through this Hakeem statement video because this was another clip I wanted to be able to use potentially because I think this little thread or story about what base is involved in is really significant. Testament declaration. We will be. So yeah, I want to export this timeline as well. Well, I could go and grab just this raw clip, this just raw video, because as you can see, there's not like a lot of editing that I'd be missing out on necessarily if I didn't copy this timeline. I already have it color graded, and I already have it selected, and I'm assuming I've already done some kind of EQ on this, on these vocals. So all of those things just are like, you know, that's work I've already put in. I already have this selected portion. So I'm going to go ahead and export this timeline as well. Just call it Hakeem statement. Oops. Cool. Save. Export. So now I have a couple different timelines to bring in, and I only listened to that one little part, but I love that. We will not be silent in the face of injustice, and then flashing some images of Hakeem I think will be a huge part to this, because I also have that other Hakeem video, which I could also maybe go and grab as well. You know, while I'm here, might as well, right? So this, we didn't have like as many talking heads, but there were a few people that said something, and I could always grab images from this and sequences that I've already put together. And the good news is about these, because they're a little bit more recent, I shouldn't have to do any relinking of footage as I say that. That's fine. So I'm just going to do the same thing, export the timeline. I'll relink it once I get it into the Hakeem. I'm going to call this family video, because this was more of a montage of videos from a lot of different people. So now we go back into base hype video. And this is where I'm going to put a snippet of that right here, because we have previous project timelines. So I'm going to go new bin. And I'm going to call this Hakeem statement. So that's one. We had one for MLK 2025. And then we have one for Hakeem family, I think I called it. So MLK 2025, same thing. Go to here. Just drag it in. It's going to import all of that stuff. I'm going to hit cancel on that and go up here. So again, I can ignore these first two. Hit locate on this. This is going to take a little bit longer, but it's fine. Search through that, because it looks like there's some missing clips from this. Hopefully it doesn't do this thing where it lags out again and I have to force quit, but so far I think so good. Looks like my camera is actually about to die, even though it's technically plugged into power and has a battery. I guess it's not enough to keep it alive in this mode, so might have to call the stream off here. Just kind of finish this out. We'll see. Got a little bit more time on it, but it's not looking too promising right now. Yeah, there's just so many folders in this bigger one. Okay, and then this is going to be in here. Okay, 4 clips, that's not bad. I'm going to just assume I don't really need them. So now, previous project timelines, go to Hakeem statement, back to this, Hakeem statement, drag it in. I think this is the one where everything was there already. Yep. So that's the easy one. And then we go to Hakeem family video. And this is the one where I have to relink everything again. So we'll see what location it gives me for everything. Hit cancel on that. Relink. Hakeem Justice video. Which I think is in here. No, it's in this one. There we go. Okay, so I think I want to grab this statement from Vance first. So I'm going to grab this and bring it into my main timeline. Didn't I grab a clip of the... Oh yeah, it's in this. Hmm. Hmm. my God. Getting a headache from wearing these. Oh. I think I'm going to call it on the stream for now. That was a good, I don't know, what, 4.5 hours? Damn. All right. So good 4.5 hours. It's about like half a work day there. And I feel like good little progress there. So I'm going to grind out probably another half day and really get I think the meat of it done, which is really these like underlying voiceover lines. I think that's kind of what formulates it. And then the B-roll is everything you put on top. That's kind of what the really firm, tough, gritty like formulation of this is right now. And then it's just going to be all the sort of, the B-roll stuff on top, which I've already, as you can see, dragged and dropped some of that in. And just the sorting through footage process is honestly what takes so much time. You know, it's thinking about, okay, what do I want to pull from? What can I use for this, and what capacity and how and where and when? So now I think, it's starting to take a little bit of shape. I think we're in a good place now. Battery's about to die on here though, and my ears hurt, so I got to switch to speakers, but GG's, and we'll catch y'all in the next one.